And we're asking you to enter the makeup room, makeup area, class number 1, junior steers. We're looking for 3 entries in the junior steers, class number 1. We'd like you to be making your way to the makeup area, please.
Give me half of these and we'll go.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce to you a 4-H'er that's going to sing the national anthem, Miss Rain Walker. Thank you, dear.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Give me 5. That's wonderful.
Very nervous.
Thank you. Oh, you did great.
Thank you, Rain. That was a wonderful job. Rain is in our 4-H beef project. Once again, we're looking for class 1. Class 1 should be in the makeup arena at this time. That's junior steers, class 1. And as they make their way in, we want to give a warm welcome to Bailey Wessner. I want to take a moment to introduce her to you. Bailey was born and raised in registered Simmental Angus cattle operation in nearby Chalmers, Indiana. Bailey and her 2 sisters competitively exhibited cattle on a national level. She received her associate's degree in science, agri-science based, from Lakeland College. While there, she successfully competed on their livestock judging team. Today, Bailey is still very active on her family's farm, where when she's not in the barn, Bailey can be found in her hair salon. She has been an active licensed cosmetologist for 5 years now. Let's give a warm welcome to Bailey Wessner from Chalmers, Indiana. She's our judge for today. Once again, in Class 1, junior steers should be in the makeup area at this time. We're looking for 3 steers in this class. Okay, let's open up the gate and let in Class 1 junior steers. We have 3 steers in this class. Emerick Ritter, Madison Berkey, and Emma Rakowski. Once again, if you want to enter now at the gate, gentlemen, show us 3 junior steers in Class 1. It's Emerick Ritter. Madison Berkey. And Emma Rakowski. That's your class number 1 junior steers. Attention to the barn, attention to the barn. We're looking for class 2 in the makeup arena. Those are junior heifers. That's our class 2. We're looking for 3 entries in the makeup arena at this time. Attention to the barn, attention to the barn. We're looking for class 2 junior heifers. You should be in the makeup arena at this time. Again, once again, if you're looking for a show bill, the show bills are right up here by the announcer stand. Once again, in the makeup arena, we're looking for class 2, 3 junior heifers in class 2 in the makeup arena at this time.
A very nice prospect steer class of 3 here to start out with, and 3 that we have all good things to talk about. Young man, nice job doing hanging on to your steer there. I know he is wanting to feel a little frisky out here. There's a nice cool breeze. But this one I just see the most future in. Steers obviously just muscle composition, end up going to be a market calf. I see this one to be the highest performing steer. One that's super shapely when you look down his top, out his hip, down through his stifle, and carries that very genuinely, and just a stout featured kind of a skeleton. And also really appreciate the look on this calf. Young man does a nice job. He's a really up-headed kind of a calf and fills his tracks really well. Keep feeding that one. I think he'll have a bright future for you. Take nothing away from the young lady's calf here in second. Here's another one. Appreciate the moderate size of this steer. I think will be an easy feeding kind of a calf. He reads up there through his front end. Really also appreciate how bold he is through his center body. One for me, I just like to change him as he gets out and goes. Wants to get a little more forward in that front knee and rigid on its rear pasterns. But again, another nice project for the young lady. Again, another long-sided, super smooth, really athletic calf that comes out here at third. Young lady's Hereford calf, I guess for me today, just doesn't have enough pop and shape in terms of his muscle, but one I think, don't give up feeding that one. He'll be a nice project. Let's give those kids a nice round of applause for a nice prospect steer to start off.
Once again, in class number 1, junior steers, your first place shower was Emmerich Ritter, second place was Madison Berkey, and third was Emma Rakowski. And Emmerich Ritter's junior steer will also be the Supreme Junior for the Porter County Fair 2019 Cattle Show. Entering at the gate, this should be Class 2. We're looking for 3. Looking for 3 in Class 2. These are our junior heifers. Junior heifers at the gate and entering.
No, because that junior heifer comes back into the supreme heifer overall. So we don't. Oh, yeah, but we got to pick the champion one, right? Well, yeah, you'll have to bring out of those.
First in the gate was Coulter Hannon, and Katie Davison, and Cody Maxwell. And attention to the barn, attention to the barn. We're looking in the makeup area, Class 3, our junior heifers. That's show Class 2. That'll be our Class 3. We're looking for 2 entries from David King and Mackenzie Spratley. Once again, we're looking in the makeup arena, class number 3, junior heifers. That's our second class of junior heifers. And we'll also be asking for Owen to bring in the 4th class junior heifer in class 3, show class 3. Owen Bauenbacher will be in that class.
Another trio that, again, there's good contrast and things in common here to talk amongst the three prospect females here. Young man, this is just a good brood cow. I mean, this one hits you hard when she comes in the ring. And just like a lot of things about that one, can't really find a hole in that one. I think that one will be real exciting to bring back next year for the young man. And exciting that you guys bring these out here as baby calves. Get to work with them all year, get them out, get them broke early, and exciting to see that one come back. Take nothing away here from the bottom pair. Here's a pair a person could switch up. Again, today I'm going to do the best to describe what I see in these cattle and try to stay on my pattern of cattle. For me, structure is a priority, especially in females. Young ladies, heifer, I just feel this one to be more extended, have a little bit more performance down the road. Really like that one's extension of body, fills her tracks very nicely. I think young lady, keep feeding on that one and she'll be nice for next year. I appreciate also how refined that one is. Young man's calf, here's the super chunky, super shapely, really bold-centered kind of a female. Again, he was giving her a little bit of a hard time. Good job holding on there. One for me, I guess, is more quick in her pattern. Just like to lengthen that one out, give her a little bit more length to her pasterns there, and level her out there through her hip. But let's give those kids a nice round of applause on their prospect females. Nice class.
Once again, your winner in Class 2 Junior Heifers was Cody Maxwell. Katie Davison was our second place finisher, and Colton Hannon showed our third place heifer. This is our Junior Heifer Class 3. David King has 2 entries, and Mackenzie Spratley has a single entry.
I need to know Mackenzie's.
And attention in the barn, we're going to be looking for Class 5, our commercial heifers. First call for Class 5 commercial heifers. You should be making your way to the makeup arena.
Another very interesting trio, and a trio that I'd like to take pieces and parts of all of them and put them together. But this is why I'm excited to be here and get to tell you the differences I see and what I like in these cattle. But again, 3 really good projects for all these kids. To start off with the young lady's Brockle Heifer. Her name's Molly. She told me, Molly, I guess, just puts all the parts and pieces together the most for me today. One that I read has extension, has some performance, has that nice shape and swoop to her center body and her rib, and gets out and goes and fills her tracks nicely. Just a fault-free kind of a heifer that slides right up there into first for me. Young Man in Black Betty is a heifer here in second. This one, just stout feature, is the first thing that comes to mind when you see this heifer. Super big feet, super circumference of bone. But to me comes a little bit of a detriment in terms of her hock set. Just like to tone that one down in her joints just a nickel, but a super stout featured, super extended, attractive kind of a female that'll be a really nice project for the young man as he brings her back here next year. Take nothing away from young man and his little heifer Ellie here in third. Here's one I think is just an easy keeping, easy feeding, functional kind of a heifer. This one, again, you can't really find any huge holes in her. Just a younger type of a heifer, and don't give up on that one. She'll be a nice project for you next year. Give these kids another nice round of applause on a good trio of females there.
And the winner in Class 3 junior heifers, Mackenzie Spratley. Our second place went to David King, and David King also had a third place. At the gate and entering the ring is Class 4 junior heifers. Owen Ballenbacher is our single entry. Owen Ballenbacher, junior heifers in our show Class 3. And if we can have our commercial heifer Class 5. Commercial heifer Class 5, they could be making your way, if you are not already in the makeup arena.
Our last class, a single entry, but again, not lacking of quality here in our female prospect show. Young man told me her name's Firecracker. She's a May Angus heifer, and again, another one that I see some longevity in terms of being a functionally sound and her skeleton type of a female. Has that nice extension up through her front 1/3, really angular up there through her neck and her head feature, and one that has some shape out there through her hip, and you can appreciate that one will be a really nice cow for the young man. Let's give him a nice round of applause on his quality single entry female.
And the winner in Class 4, the junior heifers, Owen Ballenbacher. Okay, we're going to go for the Supreme Porter County junior heifer. We're going to need Cody Maxwell, Mackenzie Spratley, Owen Ballenbacher.
These are my reserves.
If you can make your way into the arena at this time, the judge will be choosing our Supreme junior heifer. Cody Maxwell, Mackenzie Spratley, and Owen Ballenbacher.
again, as we get all these out here, I love that you guys are bringing prospects again and get them started early. That's what it's all about here, is seeing it from birth until the end. So again, that's super awesome. You guys do that. Not something you see everywhere. But get them all out here. And again, I hope you guys can follow me. Again, I want my females to look like females. And that means just being structural integrity, being very attractive, but the one that can do that and have the most substance and stoutness and feature to them, that kind of is what makes it interesting. Again, I think they all fit up. I think there's one that hit me hard. One for me that's kind of a poster child for a prospect female, and I think has a great future. So I'll go out here and pick you a champion, and then we'll go ahead and pick you a reserve. Let's give these kids again a nice round of applause on their prospect animals.
Your winner was Cody Maxwell. We're going to need Katie Davison. Katie, can you bring your heifer back in?
Cody's also our grand champion Porter County born junior heifer.
And Cody also has our Porter County born junior heifer, as well as the Supreme Junior Heifer in our show this morning.
Young lady brings the red and white second place heifer out here, and again, just quick, again, all these cattle fit to me. They're extended, they're functional, they got that length of body, extra performance. To me, I guess it just comes down to which one adds up the most totals. That was a deep class. We're going to go ahead and use the young lady out of the first class for your reserve. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
This one will be our next place. It's Katie Davis.
Our reserve is Katie Davison,
And our reserve Porter County overall.
and our reserve Porter County bred overall was Mackenzie Spratley's heifer. And once again, we like to remind you, if you're looking for a show bill, a yellow show bill, mustard colored, they're up here at the table. So if you're looking for a yellow show bill, they're right up here at the table. Okay, entering at the gate, we're in Class 5. Our commercial heifers. We're looking for 6 entries. 6 entries in this class. This is Class 5 commercial heifers. Also, attention to the barn, classes 6, 7, and 8. Classes 6, 7, 8 are the Hereford heifers, can be making their way into the makeup arena at this time. And we're waiting on one more entry to get to the makeup arena and get to the gate. This class is going to have 6 entries in it. We presently have 5 in the show arena. Once again, we're waiting on one more entry, and classes 6, 7, and 8. The Hereford Heifers need to be making their way to the makeup arena. And here comes our 6th entry at the gate in the commercial heifer class 1.
Nice first class here of commercial heifers to officially start off our female show. Again, a lot of contrasting types and kinds. Exciting for me to talk here. Young man, go ahead and pull out your first place heifer there. The top 2, I guess you could make reasons to jumble those up. To me, this one just still totals up the most. in terms of extension. This one's super broody. Really love this thing through center body, the shape, pop there through a rib shape, and really love this one out there, hip and rear leg. To get picky about this one, I like to loosen her up or soften her there in her pasterns just a nickel. She kind of wants to knuckle up there, but I think her hock angle reads well enough for me. But one I think will just be a really low maintenance, easy keeping kind of a cow. Again, that just totals up the most quality. So she slides up there in first. Young man, this one's a stouter featured, taller made kind of a heifer, but one that just flattens there in that forerib down to her flank. It just kind of tapers there in her lower rib. And one I'd like to tone this one down in her joints. I think that one reads a little more forward in her hock. One that, again, just is a little more coarse in her make, especially up there through the point of her shoulder, but a long-bodied kind of a female that slides into second there. Next two, a little bit more similar in their kind. This one I read to just have more extension, more substance of foot and bone. Like this one on the move, just a functional, easy keeping kind of a cow. No, not the prettiest thing out there, hip, but that's a cow hipped one, and I think has just a little bit more substance where she slides into third there. Young man's heifer coming out next. One that's frailer featured, but one that you like in terms of just being a moderate, easy keeping kind of a cow. Just like to add some more substance and blow that one apart from her base up there. And then young lady's black heifer, one that sure has a lot more substance to her center body. One that just when you get her on the move, really wants to get rigid and more restricted. Doesn't fill her tracks as well for me. Wants to get a little higher in that top. One I just like to also kind of freshen up, but appreciate that one's center body. And I think freshen that one up and she'll make a nice cow for the young lady. Take nothing away, this could be the EST in terms of stoutest featured and most muscular heifer in the class. One that I just like to tone her down in that shape. She gets way too round out there, hip, and just more forward in her joints. But again, a really nice class. Commercial heifers start out. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Once again in the commercial heifers, your first class finisher was Coulter Hannon. Second place was David King. Third place was Davin Saibo. Fourth place was Dane Saibo. Fifth place was Chloe Link. And our sixth place finisher was Court Gates. At the gate and entering the ring in class 6, Jimmy Polaric with his Hereford heifer. This is our class 6, one single entry. And once again, Jimmy's showing his early spring Hereford heifer.
Sixth place, that was fifth place, and then sixth place was fourth.
Gotcha.
Thank you. We're nervous, that's why we're standing.
He took signs back.
Oh, okay.
I know just a single entry, but one that's sure not lacking in quality, being single entry. This one just has the brood cow basics, structure, volume, Really appreciate this one through her center body. Really substance of foot and bone. Love to watch that one walk. She just kind of has a lot of authority there as she gets out and goes out here in the ring. To get nitpicky on her, maybe like to clean her up through her chest floor there and up through right under her neck there. But again, just a really high quality Hereford cow prospect. Let's give the young man a really nice round of applause to start off our Hereford female show.
And our Class 6 winner, Jimmy Polaric, with his early spring Hereford heifer. Entering at the gate should be our mid-spring heifers. We have 2 entries, Katie Davidson and Jimmy Polaric. They should be at the gate. Class 7 mid-spring Hereford heifers. We need Casey Davison and Jimmy Polaric.
Meg Carpart.
Okay. While they enter in, we want to acknowledge that we have the Queen of the Porter County Fair with us this morning, Meg Parpart. Everybody give a round of applause for Meg.
I'm gonna get my Shorthorn drawing going. Lift up, girl, lift up.
Very young, high quality heifer here to lead out this class. Again, one that love this one on the move. She's super square in her build, really bold through that center body. Clean enough up front. I'd say her front end fits her body fine for me. And one that's really impressive there from hooks to pins. Not only has a lot of extension, but really pulled apart there in her pin set. And appreciate that about that one. I think a moderate, easy keeping kind of a cow that a person could have a lot that look like that and do well with. Young man's heifer, this one's super extended, super stout in her feature. One for me that just gets a little more uncoordinated on the go, especially on those rear two. Just like to drop that her down in her center body there and kind of tone her down there in her tail head set. But another extended type of a female. A really nice pair. Let's give them another good round of applause on their Hereford females.
And your winner in Class 7, Hereford's mid-spring, Casey Davison. And second place was Jimmy Polaric. We need at the gate and entering our summer Hereford heifer, Rihanna Wilson. She's our lone entry in Class 8, Rihanna Wilson. And attention in the barn, in the makeup area, we need Class 9 Simmental heifers. Make your way to the makeup arena. Simmental heifers, that's Class 9.
Another quality single entry female to round up our Hereford classes here. Young lady told me she's a May. I've kind of been asking them how old they are, if they're bred, and if they're not, if they plan on breeding them. She said she does here after the fair, and that's good. Again, these females need to go out in the pasture and make cows, so we're looking for form and function. And again, with her heifer here, LaBelle, one that's super extended. I really appreciate this one's performance. Very high performing female for her age. Like her extension of body. One that fills her tracks adequately is all, and I think pretty good in her skeleton angles. Let's give her a nice round of applause on her heifer there. Congratulations.
In Class 8, our winner was Rihanna Wilson. Rihanna, we're going to need you to stick around if you would for a minute. We need Casey Davison and Jimmy Polaric to join her in the show arena. Jimmy Polaric from his early spring heifer, Casey Davidson for her mid-spring heifer, and Rihanna's in the show arena with her summer heifer. Once again, attention to the barn, Class 9, the Simmental heifers. You should be making your way to the makeup arena. Class 9, Simmental heifers, please make your way to the makeup arena.
get all three of these class winners out here again, and I'll briefly kind of go over and compare all three of them as they were in different classes. Young man's heifer up front, again, just kind of a fault-free function kind of a cow. Love that one, skeleton, feet and legs. Again, maybe to change her, bring her up in that pin set, just a nickel, and freshen her up there through her front end. But one I think is going to be a nice one for the young man to breed and turn out and mate her to the right mating and have a really nice calf there with that one. Appreciate those kind of just functional cattle. Again, that's what I'm looking for, especially in these females. Young lady's heifer there out of the second class. Again, another one that's just square in her build. Super, super broody. Love the 3/4 angle on this heifer. Really bold there from forerib back to flank. Really impressive out through her hip. One that all just kind of fits together too. Offers a nice little package there to look at from the side. And then the young lady's May heifer here are the last class. One that's super youthful, super high performing, but again, kind of just gets a little bit outmassed when you get her out here with the other two. But one that, again, for her age, I think, feed on that one, breed on that one. It'll be a nice project for the young lady. Let's give all three of these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll pick you a champion and reserve in your Hereford female division.
Okay, our champion Hereford heifer is Casey Davidson, and we're going to need Jimmy Polaric's other Hereford in the arena. We need Jimmy Polaric's other Hereford. And we're judging right now for Porter County bred. I'm sorry, reserve champion. And your reserve is Jimmy Polaric. Okay, now our judge is picking out our champion and reserve Porter County bred. So Jimmy's Hereford heifer is our Porter County bred champ, and our reserve is Rihanna Wilson. And attention in the barn, we're going to need classes 10, 11, and 12. The Simmental Hereford Mid-Spring, the Key heifer, and 2 Angus heifers in class 10, 11, and 12 in the makeup arena. And at the gate and entering the ring, we're going to need our class 9. These are our Simmental heifers. We're looking for 3 entries in class 9. Simmental heifers. Our first entry, Owen Ballenbacher, is at the gate, and Sophie Tukalski's got 2 entries in this class. Once again, attention in the barn, we need classes 10, 11, and 12 in the makeup arena. This is Class 9 in the show arena, Simmental Heifers Early Spring.
Another very interesting and exciting class here to start off our Simmental cattle. Young ladies heifer, I guess for me, there's a lot of differences in structures where this one just comes up to the front. Like this one's angles through her front knee better. This one's her legs just has more extension. I know she's wanting to fight the young lady a little bit there, but I just read that one's angles and skeleton to be the best when she gets out and goes. Super long body type of a heifer. Maybe like to tone her down just a nickel in that tail head and drop her down just a tick through her center body as compared to the heifer in second. But one again, I think just extension and angles like that one to win there. Young man's heifer, get this one stopped, and you really love that one through her center body. There back, get her on the move. I just like to loosen her up there in her front shoulder. Wants to push forward there, struggles out of her front end to tick more. But one, you love the broodiness. Center body looks like she has a nice udder coming along there. And one that gets a tick frailer in terms of her foot. But again, doesn't bother me in terms of making a nice cow prospect. Young man's heifer here, he leads out in third. Again, another one that's just kind of a complete kind of a heifer. For me, I guess just falls apart in terms of she just gets plainer as compared to the heifers up in front of her. Wants to drop there in her pins, gets plainer up through that front 1/3. But let's give them a nice round of applause on a really high quality trio of Simmental females.
And in Class 9, our early spring Simmental heifers, your first place finisher was Sophie Tukalski. Owen Ballenbacher is second place, and Sophie's heifer, early heifer, was number 3rd in that class as well. At the gate and entering the ring, we're in Class 10, Simmental heifers mid-spring with a single entry, Bryce Metzger. Once again, Class 10, mid-spring Simmental heifers, Bryce Metzger. And attention in the barn, attention in the barn. In the makeup arena, we need classes 11, 12, and 13, and 14. 11, 12, 13, and 14. In the makeup arena, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
single entry, again, I'll sound like a broken record. You guys have brought me a lot of nice ones so far, and excited to see what else is out there. Young man and his heifer Velma, again, just one, but not lacking the quality. This one from her forward back, just love the center body. He's done an awesome job taking care of this one, getting her ready to go, 12 o'clock, presented very well and shown very well. If I were to change her as he walks her around, I'd just like to freshen that one up through her neck there, gets a little shorter and thicker there, and just set her back, make her a little more easy moving there out of her front shoulder and her knee, but a really nice high quality, a young heifer. Let's give him a nice round of applause on doing a good job on his project there.
And our winner in the mid-spring Simmental heifers was Bryce Metzger. We're going to need Sophia Tukalski and Bryce. So stick around, Bryce. We need Sophia Tukalski's heifer in there to pick our champion supreme Simmental heifer. And at the gate and entering the ring is Sophia Tukalski.
A tough division here in our Simmental division. Just going to describe to you again the differences and what I'm looking for. Young ladies heifer there out of the first class. One again, just in terms of skeleton and angles, I like this one. Maybe not perfect and right there quite in her center body, but just everything fits on this one, and really appreciate that one on the move. Like how up-headed she is when you get her out here comparatively, and again, just really like that female in terms of getting her out on the go, fills her tracks, and flexible there off both ends. Like that one, her angles down through her pasterns. a nice quality heifer that the young lady has there to turn out and breed on. And then the heifer out of our second class there, again, one super good in terms of presentation, super bold there in her center body. Really like that one in terms of stoutness as you get behind her. One I'd like to change on the move just a nickel. I think, again, she gets a little more restricted there, wants to toe out on her front to a nickel and a little more stale up through that front end, but a really nice presented, really high quality heifer there the young man has as well. Be an easy keeping kind of a cow for him. Let's give them a really nice round of applause, and I'll go ahead and pick you a champion reserve in your Simmental division.
And your champion Simmental heifer is Sophie Tukowski. Owen Bollenbacher, we're going to need your heifer back in the show arena, please. Owen?
Bring the second place heifer. Again, that was another deep class, one that's good in her center body, and I think a functioning kind of a cow. One that's also not perfect up there through her front end, and a little bit frailer in her bone work. We're going to go ahead and keep our two class winners together. Young man, you'll be reserved. Let's give him a really nice congratulations. Thank you.
Your reserve champion Simmental heifer.
Bryce.
It's Bryce Metzger. And at the gate and entering the arena is our single entry in Arcadia heifer. It's Jonas Good. Jonas Good. Single entry in our key heifer class.
single entry to start out our Canida female division. A young man and his heifer. Her name's Wrigley. Told me she's bred to calve, which is good. That's awesome. I like it. Also one that I just really like this heifer. He's doing a nice job sticking with her there. Super up-headed, really attractive up through that front 1/3. Love that one through the base of her chest, up there through her head. And from there back, appreciate center body, all that spring to her rib. And even though she's in really good condition, she's still a fresh type of a heifer up there through her front 1/3. To get nitpicky on a good one, maybe just bring her up in that pin set. She wants to drop her pins and tuck her rear two under just a tick. But again, not a problem, I think, in terms of turning her out and being a cow. That one will have plenty of longevity. Let's give him a nice young man a good round of applause on his quality canine, a female.
And your champion key heifer is Jonas Good. And at the gate and entering the ring, we need Class 12 Angus heifers early spring. 2 entries in Class 12 Angus heifer early spring at the gate and entering the show arena. And then attention in the barn, Class 17, the cow calves. We're going to need you in the show ring a little bit, so if you want to make your way over to the makeup arena, Class 17, our cow calf entries. We'll be looking for 4 entries in that class. And in the arena in Class 12, Angus heifer early spring, we have Emilia Gates and Reese Gates.
Nice pair of Angus heifers. A young lady and her heifer named Lady here are going to lead us out. One that's super extended, super broody. Love the performance, shape of body this one has from looking behind her. For me, she sorts herself up as she's the more up-headed type of a heifer. Comes out of the top of that shoulder higher in her head carriage. And one that when you get behind her, that one's just stouter out through her pins. Appreciate both of the females are bred, they told me. Like that one's udder quality as well. If I were to change her, I'd like to just listen her up there on that left rear. She wants to seem to be favoring that a little bit. but a really nice quality heifer. Young man and his heifer, Big Mama, here coming out in second. Another one that's super broody, super functional in her kind. To me, it just gets a little bit plainer in her look, a little bit more shorter up through that front 1/3, deeper in her chest, and one that I just like to pull her apart in terms of her pin width and give her a stick more substance of bone, but a really nice quality pair. Let's give them a nice round of applause on their females.
And your first place finisher in Class 12, early spring Angus heifers, was Emilia Gates, and second place went to Reese Gates. At the gate and entering the ring, we need the mid-spring Angus heifers. There's 3 entries. 2 of them are shown by Alyssa Heinold and 1 by Caden Maxwell. Once again, this is Class 13, the mid-spring Angus heifers.
I know I talked to.
Once again, attention in the barn, attention in the barn. We're looking in the makeup arena for Class 17. Class 17, that's our cow-calf class. We're looking for 4 entries in that class.
young man and his heifer Lucy, for me, pretty easily go their way up to the top in this class. One that you could, again, I know I walked them twice there, but love how this one floats around the ring. Super attractive, again, super feminine and functional in her form, but again, is pretty stout in her feature too when you get behind her. Love this one's feet and legs. She goes up pretty fast for me. Then the next two for me, I guess, are a pair where you could switch. To me, structurally, I'd like to change both of these. Young lady's heifer is a little more restricted out of that front one end, drops there in her pins and tucks the rear two under. But for me, I appreciate her added moderation, her center body, and just all her boldness there. But like to just free that one up on the move, wants to paddle out of that front end. There she goes out. The young lady's heifer here in third probably is the stouter featured one in terms of the down her top there and out through her hip. But to me, kind of gets frailer in her foot, and one that's also pushed forward there in that shoulder. Just like to fill her in there in her loin and tone her down in her tail head. But a pair I think a person could switch up on any given day. I like them that way. Let's give those kids a nice round of applause on that Angus heifer class.
And once again, in order of finish, in Class 13, our mid-spring Angus heifers. First place was Caden Maxwell. Second place was Anissa Heinhold. And our third place showing was Anissa Heinhold as well. At the gate and entering an arena is Carter Stoner with his summer Angus heifer. Single entry in Class 14, Carter Stoner with a summer Angus heifer.
So in the makeup ring, we need these kids back there in that makeup ring.
Right now?
Stand by,
We're
yeah.
waiting, right? We're gonna have cow calf back in.
No, we're gonna spring heifer first.
Oh, okay. I already called cow calf. Called spring heifer. Take it back. He's probably got him already.
Okay.
I'll do it right after she's judging the Angus.
Okay.
Who do you want in here then? Just Caden with Carter?
So these, I'll need Amalia, Kaden, and Carter for my champion Angus.
Okay, which is right after this, right?
Yes.
Single entry summer born in our Angus division. A young man has a nice heifer. Her name's Pansy there, he tells me. Super extended. Really like this one from the profile. Nice when she shows off there. She's an up-headed type of a female. Attractive through that front 1/3. And again, I think this one, the more she grows and gains that out of days and performance, will make a really nice young cow for the young man there to turn out. Gets her out on the move, really fills her tracks nicely, really athletic there in her movement. Let's give him a nice round of applause. I think he has a good future there with that female. Congratulations.
And your winner in Class 14, the summer Angus heifer, was Carter Stoner. Carter, we're going to ask you to stick around the show arena, and if Caden Maxwell, you'll join him, as well as Amalia Gates. We'll be picking the champion Angus heifer. Once again, our three entries for that will be Amalia Gates, Caden Maxwell, and Carter Stoner.
get all three of the class winners out here, and I think again they all have that quality. They all go with structural integrity. Tried to all day here. I hope you all have followed me, and hope I've described them from what I see. Especially with the females here, it's kind of picking what I would want to take home and turn out, and what I think is going to do best for you kids to go home. And keep up with this project as well. Kind of an age spread here, but young ladies Heifer up front out of the first division there. Super high performing, broody, just a functional type of a cow. If I were to change her, again, I just think she's kind of favoring that back rear left leg there a little bit today. But one that's good in terms of her center body being bold, has a nice udder structure on her there, can appreciate that. I think will make a nice cow for the young lady. Young man there out of the middle division, again, one that just hit me hard coming in. Still like this one out here. One that's moderate in her frame, super attractive from the profile, and love this one from the ground up. Really stout in her feature and carries that in a very attractive package. You take nothing away from the summer-born heifer here on the end. Here's again one that I think has a bright future for the young man in terms of extension. Gets out, fills her track very nicely, and appreciate this one's youthful look. I think that one has a good future for the young man. Let's give him a nice, good round of applause, and I'll pick you a champion in reserve.
And your champion, Angus Heifer, is Caden Maxwell. We're going to need Anissa Heinhold. Anissa Heinhold, can you enter the show arena, please, to pick our reserve champ?
Can you tell Reese again to stick around for Porter County for Angus?
And Reese, we're going to need you to stick around for Porter County bred as well, okay?
Hey, Justin.
Bring the second place there out of that class. And again, another just complete. Love the center body. Maybe like to see her move a little bit better. But again, just wanted to welcome because I think this division was super deep. Give them one more round of applause, and I'll go pick your reserve in your Angus division, a high quality division here of females.
And your reserve champ in the Angus Heifer is Anissa Heinhold.
We need Carter, Stoner, and Reese.
And Carter, we need you to stick around. And Reese Gates, if you could bring your heifer in. We're going to pick the Porter County bred champ. Once again, this is Reese Gates and Carter Stoner for the champion and the reserve of Porter County bred.
Just wanted to get back and talk again. This is something you kids should be proud of, having your bred and owned here division. It's pretty cool that you get to see them born and bring them out and stick with them all through their show career and then turn them out as cows. So let's give these kids a nice round of applause, and I'll pick you a champion in reserve here in your bred and owned division.
And your champion, Porter County-born Angus Heifer, goes to Carter Stoner, and our runner-up is Reese Gates.
Yep, I do. I just. My Porter County field, though.
All right, now we're going to have our Judge Bailey's going to pick our supreme heifer of the show. Once again, we'll be asking them to enter our entries into the show arena. Our junior heifer is shown by Cody Maxwell. Our commercial heifer is shown by Coulter Hannon. Our Hereford is Casey Davison. Our Simmental will be Sophia Tukowski. Our Kiania is shown by Jonas Good. And our Angus is shown by Caden Maxwell. We're asking now to enter into the show arena our contestants for the Supreme Heifer of our 2019 Porter County Fair Beef Show. Cody Maxwell. Cody has our junior heifer. We're looking for Coulter. And our commercial heifer, colt by shown by Coulter Hannon. Coulter Hannon at the gate. And our Hereford heifer is shown by Casey Davison. And our Simmental heifer is shown by Sophia Tukowski. Our Kiania is shown by Jonas Good. And our Angus entry is shown by Caden Maxwell. These are your finalists for the Supreme Heifer.
First of all, let's give all these kids a big round of applause because that's why we're all out here today. And kids, go back and thank parents, grandparents, fitters, whoever helped you get here from home to here, and I'll get you helped home. But again, definitely the kids is why we're out here, why we all showed up today. This is all about doing your hard work, taking pride in it, and getting to showcase it out here. And you all have done an awesome job of that today in your female show. I'd like to thank you for cooperating well with me, bringing me some really good quality kind of cattle. I'm excited to see what's left for the rest of the day. And those of you that'll go on from here, I'm sure some of you will. Best of luck there, but you all have done an extremely phenomenal job today. And again, in my females, I'm not going to go through and talk them all out individually. If you have questions, I guess you can come find me later. All day I've kind of tried to keep on the same track of just having females that are sound, that are attractive, that look like females, but then from there on, the ones that can add the added stoutness and power, but still be feminine and attractive and look like females. Those are kind of the ones that go up to the top for me. I guess it's going to be pretty easy to pick a top 5 for me. There's ones just kind of roll with my gut all day. Again, I'm picking them like I'm going to take them home. But again, let's give them a really, really nice round of applause. A very high quality female lineup here, and I'll pick you a top 5.
Your supreme heifer is the Angus, shown by Caden Maxwell. And we're going to need a Nissa Heinold. Would you enter into the ring here so we can pick the reserve? And your reserve goes to our junior heifer, Cody Maxwell. He will also be your supreme Porter County born heifer. And our Judge Bailey's going to pick our 3rd, 4th, and 5th place finishers as well this morning. Skurd, Jonas Good, showing our Kiania. It's our 3rd place. Sophia Tukalski showing our Simmental. She's our 4th place finisher. And after the judges picked our 5th place finisher, we're going to ask you to hang around for just a second. And Casey Davison is our 5th place finisher.
Jonas Good is my reserve Porter County born.
And Jonas Good is your reserve Porter County bred. Porter County born. If you want to take just a second, we're going to ask Jane Maxwell. She's going to award the Phil Maxwell Award, so let's hang on real quick.
It's a real pleasure for the Maxwell family to present the Supreme Champion and Supreme Reserve Champion. So congratulations, Maxwell boys. We've kind of come full circle. 55 years ago, we got our start with Angus cattle from Dave Hannon. And we've gone through the Simmentals and the Crossbreds and all these other breeds, and now we've gone full circle and we're back to a champion Angus. So I think that's a something. It's history, I guess. But anyway, I want to say that yesterday in the swine barn, they put on a terrific show, and they bragged about their swine family. Hey, folks, take a look down your program and look at those names and look around the crowd and see all these familiar faces year after year after year. We've got grandparents whose kids showed, and now their grandchildren are showing. And so put your hands together because we've got a real cattle barn family.
Thank you, Jane Maxwell.
Jonas, good.
You may exit the arena. And once again, we should have class 17 queued up in the makeup arena for our cow-calf show. There'll be 4 entries.
We do mark Heifers and then we break.
All right, at the gate and entering the ring, this is class 17. It's our cow-calf class. There's 4 entries: Jimmy Polaric, David King, Owen Ballenbacher, and Ruth Stoner. At the gate and entering the ring is Jimmy Polaric with his cow-calf. Followed by David King. And Owen Ballenbacher. And Ruth Stoner. That's your class 17 cow-calf. In class 18, our market heifers, I'm showing 3 entries. We're going to combine classes 18 and 19 for market heifer. You should be in the makeup arena at this time.
Congratulations, all these exhibitors and their cow-calf pairs. Definitely not an easy project, and not just one animal you're working with, but obviously these young calves, all these 2-year-old cows here. All the exhibitors said there, if they haven't bred them back, getting ready to breed them back, which is awesome here on these 2-year-olds. Young man's pair here. Go ahead and walk her out here. She'll be your champion. For me, I guess this cow, just combines the most in terms of center body, like this female's udder structure there. Obviously is doing a really nice job there on that young heifer calf. I think one that'll have some performance just like her mother there, but a very attractive, nice uddered female there for your 2-year-old. She'll handily be your champion there for me. Young man's reserve cow-calf pair here. Another one that's doing a really nice job on that young heifer calf. A female, if I were to change her, I like to just tone that cow down there in her tail head set at nickel, and maybe just even up her udder there a tick more in her front quarter. But a cow that I think's again doing an awesome job on that young little heifer calf there, and one that will be kind of an easy keeping functional cow there for the young man. Hereford pair here out next. A super stout featured kind of a cow that's kept her conditioned very well. Gonna wean a big steer calf there for the young man. One where I just like to change this female in her udder structure in terms of longevity. I like to give her a little more fuller there in her front quarters. I like to clean that one up through her chest for, but a nice high performing steer there that she's gonna wean off. Young man's pair here to round up. One again that's doing a nice job on a young little bull calf there. Kind of just gets outmassed here in this division, but doing a nice job milking. Like to see that one have a little bit more fullness there to her udder and give that one a little more condition and substance, but doing a nice job with that calf. Let's give those kids a really nice round of applause on their cow-calf pair project.
And in Class 17, your cow-calf class, first place, Owen Ballenbacher. Second place, David King. Third place, Jimmy Polaric. And fourth place to Ruth Stoner. We're now going to move into Class 18. It's also combined with Class 19, totaling 3 entries. These are our market heifers and middleweight and lightweight class. Classes 18 and 19 are market heifers. There are 3 entries: Ainsley Gates, Oakley Gates, and Bryce Metzger.
Okay, she just didn't update mine, so I just need to see what's going on.
Good job, Miranda, and our guys there in the ring. Let's give a hand to the guys in the ring for bringing that one back together for us. Once again, this is Class 18 and 19 combined light and middleweight market heifers The 3 entries are Ainsley Gates, Oakley Gates, and Bryce Metzger.
Let's give these kids a nice round of applause here for hanging on to them. I know they're a little frisky out here. Feels good in the ring. Young man, go ahead and lead your heifer out here. She'll be your champion market heifer. Just the heavyweight one out here, obviously. Stout featured type of a heifer. Really impressive in that 3/4 angle from behind. Just super stout and powerful there in her top and her hip there. Carries that to the ground. Maybe free her up a nickel there on her front end, but again, I think just the bold substance, a stout featured female, wins it pretty handily there for me. Take nothing away from the young man's here in reserve. You know, here's a functional heifer. Fills her tracks nicely. One, I guess I just like to brood her up there in her center body, drop her down there for rib to flank. But again, one I think will make a nice project there, and the young man's done a nice job there with her. Third place, Brockle heifer here. Good job, honey, hanging on. I know she's giving you a hard time out here. She's feeling good. But one that's extended in her length. One that's stout in terms of her foot and bone. One I just like to drop down in her center body and give her a little more shape there through a quarter. Let's give them all a nice big round of applause again. Congratulations on your Market Heifer show.
Once again, in the Market Heifer show, our first place finisher was Bryce Metzger. Our second place finisher was Oakley Gates. And our third place finisher was Ainsley Gates.
Don, 1 o'clock? 1 o'clock?
No. All right, so folks, that ends our morning tour with all of our heifers and our cow calves. We're going to get back with the steer show, starting with the awards banquet at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. We'll start back up with the steer show. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. We need our 3 10-year 4-H beef 4-Hers here. Hannah LaFou, Cody Maxwell, and Ruth Stoner. Would Hannah LaFou, Cody Maxwell, and Ruth Stoner please come to the announcing booth? And we need your parents too. If you can drag them along with you, that'd be terrific. So, parents and Hannah LaFou, parents and Cody Maxwell, and parents and Ruth Stoner. There are 3 10-year B4Hers. We're still looking for Cody Maxwell and his parents and Ruth Stoner and your parents. We need you up here at the announcing booth. A couple pieces of housekeeping before we begin this afternoon's proceedings. While we're waiting for our 3 10-year 4-H families to gather, we want to take a moment here to thank our friends from First Source, Catherine Langford and her team. They're right over here, right by the entrance. Can we give a hand for them? They've been very generous to the project. Okay, no. Anyway, we want to acknowledge their generosity and thank them very much. They've been great supporters. Here's Catherine and her. Oh, Don wants the mic.
She's coming back if I have to drag her. Catherine, get your rear end back out here. I'm not giving up. Bring your team out with you. Bring the team out. Come on, everybody. First Source, get out here. Come on. I want you to be recognized. I just want to tell you that this young lady and I have known each other a long time. And way back when I was judging, she was competing in the round robin over in LaPorte. And I just thought she was such this greatest showman I ever seen. But of all things, we were showing lambs, and she just totally blew it.
He claims I blew it.
He blew it. So I even walked him again and brought him around and give her a second shot at it, and she just goes, "I give up." Something to that in there. And one of them darn Sherman kids won, didn't he? Yeah. So anyhow, Catherine represents First Source Bank. She's in the ag business, and we all love her. If you need to do some ag business, go and see her at First Source. She's really supporting Porter County. If you look around, you're going to see all the things that she's instigated on this fairgrounds and brought to being. So I think you really need to give her a super round of applause. This is her team here that's with her. And if anything, she's the person that promotes the team and not herself. And I told her today might be her lucky day. She's going to meet that special person that's going to really help her out in her career someday. So I'd like her to say a couple words. Tell them the interest rates on your money.
Well, sorry, because you all missed the free money day was yesterday, so sorry. No, First Source just really likes doing things that make sense. And one of the things that makes sense is 4-H and supporting local agriculture. So really, we just thank Porter County Fair and LaPorte County Fair for allowing us to kind of be a good supporter of what you guys do. So we appreciate the families, we appreciate the 4-Hers, and we most of all appreciate all of you guys in the stands that kind of come and patron everything. So thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Yeah, you're great. I need the 10-year members out here where everybody can see you. You don't need to hide along the wall here. Come on out. I'm very proud of all of you. You parents too. Come on. As a token of appreciation, every year I give out a belt buckle to the kids, and I usually ask for a resume, and they need to tell me everything they've done in 4-H all their life and what their goals are in the future. So we're going to start with Ruth this year. I'm going to present her with her belt buckle, and she's going to give us a small speech about everything she's done in 4-H and what her career pursuits are and everything she's going to accomplish, because she is one outstanding young lady. So. There you go. Mike, here we go. Is this better?
Yes,
Here's your buckle, gal.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hi.
It don't need to be over 5 minutes.
Oh, it won't be. It won't be. Hi, my name's Ruth Stoner. I have been a 10-year 4-H member in the swine and lamb project. I've also done the dog project, and this is my 5th year in the beef project. I plan on going to Purdue University next year to study agriculture, education, and business. I've really enjoyed the beef project. Thank you to everyone who's made it great. Thank you.
Ruth was one of the ones on the tour this year, and we got an extreme amount of compliments on the fine program she ran. And it was so neat because it was actually a farm tour where we had turkeys, we had everything. So everybody really enjoyed it. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Don.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We're going to miss you. Okay, next is Hannah LeFew, correct? LeFew family's been in 10 years. She has a sister that's been in 10 years. And I think I've known Grandpa for like 30 or 40 years. And he's a cattle person too. So we've really enjoyed you guys as a family. And congratulations. You bet. Too many hands. Cody, your buckle. Thank you. This is Cody Maxwell, if you don't know him. His parents are Mark and Kim. So, oh, you got to give a speech yet. I'm sorry. Can I interrupt you a minute? No, you got to give your speech. I'm sorry.
Man, I thought I got away.
Not more than 5 minutes.
My name's Hannah LeFew. I've been in the beef project for 10 years, and that's pretty much all I've done. I'm really lucky. I've had a lot of support from my family, my mom and dad, my grandpa. My sister does it along with me, and she works really hard. Next year, I'm planning to go to Hanover College to study chemistry or biochemistry, and I'm hoping to go on to be a physician scientist. So thank you, everybody, for coming today.
Congratulations. That's great. Well, you're going to have to step it up, boy. Them two girls is after you. Congratulations, Cody.
My name's Cody Maxwell, and I've been a 10-year member in swine and beef project at Porter here. I've also been a 10-year member in the swine project at the Indiana State Fair. After high school, I plan on going to Purdue University, study biological engineering, and continue raising livestock with my family. So.
Congratulations. Mark, congratulations. This is 3 outstanding families. I know, well, you're just second generation, right? Because there'll be Mark and then you, so it's 20 years. That's good, right?
Yeah.
Super. So anyhow, these youngsters that have passed through our hands that we're not going to have around, I'd like to invite you all back. I'd like to have you participate if you want to serve committee-wise or anything like that. We always need pooper scoopers and things like that in the ring. And things for Cody, you'd be excellent. So anyhow, let's give them one more round of applause. And then we got the Lisa Award. So many thanks to the parents and everyone for everything you've done for our project, because it's families like this that make this project work, guys. Believe me, I've been doing it long enough. I know that it's just great to have the support and the families behind you when you need them. So I'm going to turn it over to my wife. She's got some awards to do too. Who are these? Okay, this is Kyle Gustafson Memorial 10-Year Award. The Kyle Gustafson Memorial 10-Year Member Award is presented to any 4-H'er who has completed 10 years of beef, swine, and sheep, with all other 10 years being completed here in Porter County. Kyle was a 10-year 4-H member who passed away on October 20th, 2008 at the young age of 25. Kyle loved everything about the fair, the livestock shows, the new friends he would make, and catching up with the ones he hadn't talked to in a while. This award is given in Kyle's memory to 4-H who participated in Kyle's favorite projects, beef, swine, and sheep. This year's winners are Hannah and Cody. Congratulations. Congratulations again. Somebody loves you up there. Congratulations. You got to get over there a ways.
This is an honor for me and our family every year to give the Lisa Bloom Memorial Scholarship. Lisa was very active in Porter County in sheep and beef and other projects. She died 12 years ago. Her favorite project was the beef project and the draft horse project. I'm sorry. It doesn't get easier. I'm sorry. Each year we have applicants that apply for this. We give a $500 scholarship and hope that you can all use this very usefully. In college, I know that 500 doesn't go very far. I understand that, but it will buy you maybe a book or maybe some supplies, what you might need. We had wonderful applications this year for the award, as always, and we're so proud to be able to share this with our young people and to keep this project very, very active as it is. Like Miss Jane said, that, you know, the beef barn is a family, and it is a family, and we want to keep it that way. We want to keep it happy. We want everybody to be a family. So I'm very honored this year to give 2 scholarships. We chose 2, and the scholarships are chosen by our youth agent and by members of the beef committee and a member of our family. So we've decided to give 2, and we're giving to Hannah LaFew and Cody Maxwell. Congratulations to your families. You're all super kids. Thank you. I don't know. No. Here you go. You're welcome.
Okay, we need Rihanna Wilson and Morgan O'Keefe. Rihanna Wilson and Morgan O'Keefe. Could you come to the show arena for a minute, please, for us? And also, this is the call for Class 20 in the makeup area. These will be our Maine and Jus steers. Class 20, if you could get to the makeup arena. And we need Rihanna and Morgan here. Right over here, Morgan. We'd like to draw your attention to the announcer's booth over here for a second. Standing next to me is Rihanna Wilson, and joining her is Morgan O'Keefe. Come here, Morgan. Okay. Rihanna, you won our rate of gain. She won rate of gain this year. She took her calf from 600 pounds to 1,220 pounds. That's 3.67 pounds a day. That's wonderful. Let's give her a big hand. And Morgan, you went from 815 pounds to 1,430 pounds. That's 3.64 pounds per day. So here's our reserve, our champ and our reserve in rate of gain for 2019. Let's give them a big hand. I think they have your stuff right there. With no further ado, then, we'll enter into our afternoon's program, our steers. Before we call the first class, I'd like to take a moment to introduce you to our judge. Bailey Westner was born and raised on a registered Simmental Angus operation in Chalmers, Indiana. Bailey and her 2 sisters had competed and exhibited cattle on a national level. She received her associate's degree in science, agricultural-based science from Lakeland College. While there, she successfully competed on their livestock judging team. Today, Bailey is still very active on her family's cattle farm. When she's not on the farm, Bailey can be found in her hair salon in town. She's an active licensed cosmetologist, and she's done that for 5 years now. Can you please give a warm Porter County welcome to our judge, Bailey Westner? All right, here we go. At the gate and entering the ring, Class 20, our Maine and Jus steers, Cody Johnson, Jaden Spratley, Chloe Link, and Lauren Maxwell. Once again, this is our Class 20, our Maine and Jus steers. And attention to the barn, we're going to need our Shorthorn steers in the makeup arena. This is class 21 and 22. Our Shorthorn steers in classes 21 and 22, we need you in the makeup arena. Yeah. And we're waiting on one more in class 20. Once again, we're in Class 20, our Maine Au Jus steers. And again, we're asking for classes 21 and 22, our Shorthorn steers, to be making their way to the makeup arena at this time.
went ahead and took the Maine steers here for extra lap just because this was all that we have in that division here. Young lady, she's going to go ahead and win or maintain her division here. A steer that's just super ready to go in terms of having a really nice muscle shape when I get my hands on him. Really impressive. He's really square down his top there, and you can see that when he gets out and goes. And really shapely out there through that hip and carries that truly to the ground and shapely in that stifle and gets him set up, and he's a really nice profiling calf. I really appreciate he's still attractive in his lines. Like to loosen him up a tick in his front end, but for me is adequate. Obviously these steers were looking at mass and finish, and when I get my hands on him, and he handily makes his way up there to win this division in that aspect. A young man's calf, a little bit lighter weight here in second, but a calf, when I get my hands on him, I appreciate. Super smooth. He's been fed really well. He's really just got that nice little fat steer kind of a look. One, I guess, if I were to change him again, maybe make him a tick bigger. Maybe give him just a little more extension up through that front end and everything. But a calf, again, I think I like his muscle pattern when I get my hands on him there, and is really shapely out there, his hip. Maybe like to square him up there in his rear hock, but another calf I think will go to the rail and grade really well as up there in the top two. Young man's calf here in third, a white-legged steer, one that's high performing, really stout in his feature. Appreciate this guy's foot and bone work. One I think just needs a few more days on feed, and to me maybe gets a little flatter there outside of the back of his shoulder. And like to bolden that steer up there in his forerib there as well. But again, a stout featured sound tracking kind of a calf. And third, young lady steer here to round out the division. One again that is high performing in his own right, and one that is pretty smooth when I get my hands on him. To me, just more kind of a nondescript steer when you read him down his top, and kind of narrows up there through his chest floor. Let's give those kids a nice round of applause on their main division.
Your champion Maine as you steer was shown by Lauren Maxwell. The reserve champ is shown by Cody Johnson. Our third place finisher in that class was shown by Jaden Spratley, and Chloe Link was our fourth place finisher. At the gate and entering the show ring is class number 21. This is our heavyweight Shorthorn steers. Our first entrant is Wyatt Krieger. Hannah LeFou has 2 in this class. And that's your class 21 of Shorthorn steers. Wyatt's calf weighs in at 1,330 pounds. Hannah's first calf is 1,360, and her the third calf, which is also Hannah's, is 1,440 pounds. While our judges judging our Shorthorn heavyweights, we want to acknowledge our ringmen out there today. Richard Hardesty, Dan Johnson, and Justin Lampert. They're doing a splendid job today with the calves.
Quality all the way through the trio of Shorthorn steers here to start us out. Young lady in her first calf bear here, I guess, to me, goes up pretty handily, not only appropriate in terms of his weight and everything too, but one that's also super square outside the back side of his shoulder and impressive at that 3/4 view. Also a really stout feature type of a steer that puts together a nice look, and love how this one hits his tracks there. Super smooth when I get my hands on him. That'll be a good grading kind of a steer. Congratulations to that young lady. Then her calf here, second one, kind of a higher performing steer. He's really big, but he is actually smooth when I get my hands on him, and appreciate the feed job on that one. Being that big a calf, sometimes it's hard to get that added finish on him, but I guess just appreciate the added smoothness, and also a steer that's pretty opened up from hooks to pins there when you get behind him. Maybe you just like to pull him apart and make him a little bolder there in his center rib, but a calf, again, I appreciate on the go. Young man, awesome job hanging in there with your steer. I know he's giving you a hard time, but a calf that no doubt is super rugged in his build. Appreciate the foot and bone in this calf. Maybe when I just like to give him a little more pop and shape there in his forerib, and gets a little weaker right in the middle of that top, but give those kids a nice round of applause. Good job hanging in there, young man.
And in the Shorthorn heavyweight steers, our winner was Hannah LaFou with her 1,440-pound calf. Hannah's 1360 came in second, and Wyatt Krieger was our third-place finisher in the heavyweights. Now at the gate and entering to the show arena are our light and middleweight Shorthorn steers. We show 5 entries in this class. Reese Gates, showing a calf that's 945 pounds. Jacob Krieger with a calf of 1,080 pounds. Caden Maxwell with a calf weighing 1,085 pounds. Wyatt Krieger brings back a Shorthorn steer in the light middleweight class weighing 1,135 pounds. And our final entry is Emily LaFou, 1,215 pound Shorthorn steer. That's rounds out our 5 entries in this class 22. And while our judge Brittany is judging this class, we want to acknowledge and thank our Achievement Ambassador for the Porter County Fairs, Shelley Whitaker, and Jonathan Tomasic, the Reserve Achievement Ambassador. They're up here helping out with the ribbons today. We want to thank them both.
attractive white steer here to start off this class. Not only one that's the most impressive and square and true to the ground when you get behind him, but just super square built in his foundation. Again, foot and bone, but again, these market steers here were acting like, you know, they're done today. So one in terms of the most muscle, the most finish, the most shape, but then again, I still, if we can see, you know, the attractiveness and structure, and I think that steer does a nice job of putting everything together. Nice calf there to win this class. Take nothing away, just a you know, a functional kind of a calf here a young lady brings out next. Appreciate this one's weight. He is a little bit bigger framed, higher performing, but one that gets just a nickel more nondescript in his muscle. Just tapers kind of there in his stifle, in his rear quarter there. But a calf, when you get your hands on him, really impressive in terms of how smooth he is, and done a really nice job. Young lady did feeding that one as well in terms of being ready and primed today. Young man in his red calf, another one that does a pretty good job of combining just muscle and finish. I get my hands on him. He's a little more bare right there behind his shoulder in his forerib, but one that sticks there in third just because of his shape. You know, read that one down his top, out of his hip. He's just got so much more spring and pop to that muscle shape up there, and appreciate that calf for that and leave him there in third. Young man's shorter-tailed calf coming out there next. One that's a rugged type of a steer, going to be a high cut ability, also super shapely when you read that one out through his hip, but one that just washes out there in his top and kind of washes out in his forerib. That one simply just needs more days on feed and more cover right there in his forerib to move up any further today, but appreciate the feet and legs on that calf. Young man to round out the class, again, another very high cut ability steer, good yielding type of a calf, just simply needs more days on feed, more weight, but young man doing a nice job there. Let's give him a nice round of applause, a good quality depth of class in our Shorthorn division.
In class 22, light medium weight Shorthorn steers, our first place finisher was Caden Maxwell. Second place, Emily LeFou. Third place, Wyatt Krieger. Fourth place, Jacob Krieger. And fifth place, Reese Gates. Entering the ring and at the gate, our winner of class 21, Hannah LeFou's Shorthorn steer of 1,440 pounds. And our winner of class 22, Caden Maxwell and his Shorthorn steer of 1,085 pounds. This will be for your champion Shorthorn steer.
get both of these class winners out here. Both of these steers out here and just kind of describe the similarities and differences. Young man's calf, the lighter weight one. Young man's calf up front there. I wish, we could kind of combine or meet in the middle with the weights of these calves. I could say, I think he's a little lighter, but then the calf out of the second class is getting up there to be plenty enough. I think I'm kind of just going to sort on quality. Again, just my opinion today. I would totally agree if anyone outside of the ring wanted to switch them up. But again, I'm just going to kind of pick on quality overall. Balance and combining that muscle shape along with a good profile and still having a good skeleton. Because I really think both these steers are pretty similar in terms of getting my hands on them in true shape, being really genuine there down their top, out their hip and down their quarter. If I was to get to particular on them, I guess the first calf I'd put just a tick more finish right down in his forerib, and then the calf right behind him, I guess I just kind of tone that one down in his joints a little bit. But other than that, I think they're both really nice quality. Let's give these kids a really nice round of applause. Two really high quality Shorthorn steers to choose from out here.
And your champion, Shorthorn steer, is shown by Caden Maxwell. He's also our Porter County born champ. We're going to ask Wyatt Krieger to bring in your two calves. I'm sorry, Emily.
For reserve.
We need Emily. I'm sorry. We just need Emily LeFou for the reserve of Porter County bred in this class.
Reserve champion Shorthorn.
Reserve champion Shorthorn. We need Emily in the judging ring for that purpose.
Take nothing away when we bring the second place steer out. Again, I just said I think those two class winners, we're going to go ahead and keep those together. Young lady, you'll be our reserve. Let's give them both a really nice round of applause on their Shorthorn steers.
LeFou is our Porter County born,
She's our reserve champion.
reserve champion Shorthorn steer.
Okay, hey Bailey. No. Wyatt Krieger's 2 third place.
Okay, now we need Wyatt Krieger's 2 third place finishers from class 21 and 22. So we can pick a reserve Porter County born Shorthorn steer.
These two.
Also, while we're completing that task, we need the Simmental steers in classes 23 and 24 to be moving towards the makeup arena. Class 23 and 24. And Caden Maxwell's steer won reserve grand champion Porter. Wrong name. Wyatt Krieger, reserve grand champion, Porter County born. Wyatt. One thing.
That was Emily. No, it's second.
At the gate and entering the ring, it's our class 23. These are our heavyweight Simmental steers. We have 2 entries in this class. Shiloh DeBoard with a cab weighing 1,335, and Chloe Link with a heavyweight Simmental steer weighing 1,405. Class 23 Simmental steers. And I've been asked to remind the 4-Hers, if you wish to have a photograph taken with your animal, Marianne Gustafson is down by this sign in the corner, and she'd be happy to do that for you.
young lady in her black steer Dewey here, she can go ahead and lead him around. He's going to win this class for me just when I get my hands on him. He's got more cover there over his ribs. And again, a calf that you can see is just super shapely, especially there in his quarter and his stifle, and still puts a pretty nice look together there. I know he's giving her a hard time, but a calf, you know, that everything kind of fits and he's super complete. And steers being as heavy as they are, I appreciate how both of them still get out and go on a pretty nice and functional skeleton. Take nothing away from young lady and her Brockwell steer here. Another one that's super shapely too. They're out through his hip. One, I guess I'd just like to give him a tick more cover. He gets a little bare there, the bottom side of his ribs and his forerib there. But again, a big kind of meat and potatoes kind of a calf. You know, this kind of steers you can are easy to feed and make some money off of them. Let's give those young ladies both a really nice round of applause on their Simmental steers.
In Class 23, your winner was Shiloh DeBoard, and the runner-up was Chloe Link. And at the gate and entering the show arena, these are our medium weight Simmental steers. Our first entry is Mairead Hannon Kennedy. She has a calf weighing 1,105 pounds. Our second entrant is Molly O'Keefe, and she has a calf weighing in at 1,220 pounds. Our third entry in Class 24 is Isabella Tolkowski. She has a calf weighing 1,265 pounds. And the last entry in Class 24, Simmental medium weight steers, is Onissa Heinold. And she has a calf weighing 1,285 pounds. While Bailey is judging Class 24,
It is our Shorthorn steer exhibitor savings bond of $100.
we have a Shorthorn savings bond. It's a lottery. And Hannah LeFou, you want a savings bond for showing your Shorthorn. It's a $100 savings bond. If you'd like to step up to the announcer's booth, we'll get that to you. And we want to thank the Krieger family for their generous support of that savings bond. Thank you.
really nice heavy steer here to start off this class. Really ideal in terms of his weight, ideal in terms of his shape, and ideal when I get my hands on him. Just a really good, solid kind of a calf. Also pretty attractive there from the side. He's an up-headed, long-fronted steer, and super a lot of substance of foot and bone. Just a really nice calf there to go ahead and lead out this class with. Take nothing away from the young lady's second steer, the black steer here. Again, just a super functional kind of a steer in terms of he's a moderate, he's easy feeding, he's got a really good cover on him. One that I just like to see a little more expression down his top and there out of his hip. But again, another super functional, well-fed type of a calf to roll out there in second. Bottom pair, I went ahead and went the lighter weight, more ruggedly built steer. One that definitely needs more days on feed, but I like this calf in terms of his skeleton and his pattern. Still has plenty of shape for me out through his backside there, and is genuine, carries that very genuinely to the ground. Appreciate that about that calf. Just like to get some more days on feed, weight on that one. Young ladies calf here that rolls out, super high cutability steer, EST, probably the most shapely of anything, especially out through his quarter, but just way too raw in his look to me to move him up any further. Let's give those young exhibitors a really nice round of applause on their Simmental steers.
And in class 24, medium weight Simmental steers, our winner was Isabella Tukalski. Second place was Anissa Heinhold. Third place was Mairead Hannon Kennedy. And fourth place was Molly O'Keefe. We'll now be choosing our champion Simmental steer. We'll need Shiloh DeBoard with her calf of 1,335 pounds, and Isabella Tukalski with her calf of 1,265 pounds at the gate and entering the ring.
Get both of our class winners out here in our Simmental steer division. again, in a perfect world, we could take bits and pieces and combine things. But then again, that's why I'm out here today, to kind of give you, what I see and how I feel about these calves. Again, steers, just in terms of combining muscle and finish, the most ready today, ready to go to market. And then also they are still show cattle. So again, I appreciate added skeleton and look in these cattle. Just to briefly talk differences that I see. Steer up front, one that is super shapely, really square down his top line, and really expressive out there through his quarter. A steer, I guess, comparatively, like to see a tick more cover when I get my hands on him, but he's good enough for me. I think they both match very well in that aspect. A steer structurally, I'd like to tone that one down in his front end, wants to get more opened up there in his front shoulder. But again, that's kind of secondary, as these are market steers, and just get nitpicky on two nice quality steers. Young lady steer there behind, heavier weight steer, really impressive. This one is obviously 12 o'clock, ready to go in terms of finish, getting my hands on him, and still very shapely. You can see from the side there, just really shapely in that lower quarter. And again, a steer structurally isn't perfect out of his front end, maybe a little more jammed up there from his shoulder to his head, but again, that's just secondary as to putting together the meat and potatoes in terms of muscle and finish. Let's give them both a nice round of applause. Very quality Simmental division. I'll pick you a champion in reserve.
Okay. And our champion Simmental steer is shown by Shiloh DeBoard. Chloe Link, we're going to need your calf in the arena. Chloe Link, we're looking for your steer in the arena. Will be for your reserve champion Simmental steer.
Again, bring the second place out, and I think this one deserves talking to as well, because again, he's finished, he's ready. To me, gets a little bit more nondescript down his top. That's all right, but I'm going to go ahead and stick with my class winners. Young lady up front, you'll be my reserve. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
And our reserve champion goes to Isabella Tukowski. And I'm going to need Alyssa Heinold in the arena. We'll be picking the Porter County bred champion, Simmental steer. Anissa Heinold. Yes, we're looking for Anissa Heinold for our reserve champion, Porter County bred Simmental steer.
Again, just wanted to reiterate earlier, like I did in the female show, let's give these kids a round of applause because that's something to be proud of to have a bred and owned from your county. Exciting that you guys get to raise them, feed them, and show them all the way out till they're finished. Both the calves are really nice. I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady up front there for your reserve. Congratulations.
And your reserve champion, Simmental, Porter County born, goes to Chloe Link. And in the makeup arena, we should have classes 25 and 26 of our Angus steers. And at the gate and entering the arena, we have 2 entries in our class 25, which is heavyweight Angus steers. Our first entrant is Kinsey O'Keefe with a calf weighing 1,400 pounds, and Case Gates with a calf weighing 1,405. This is your class 25 Angus steers, our heavyweights. Once again, 4-H, just want to remind you that Marion Gustafson is kind enough to be at the back of the show arena, and we'll take photographs for those wishing to have their photograph taken with their cab.
two heavyweight steers that are contrasting in their kind, and again, I wish I could take some of one and put it on the other. Young lady steer, we're going to start out. To me, I guess he's just more stout overall in his feature, and I like that one shape. I'd like to give him a tick more coverage, especially at this stage of the game, but I just really like this one shape there out through his rear quarter, and again, just a big, rugged kind of a calf. Take nothing away, the young man's done an awesome job feeding this calf here in second. To me, just falls off a little more in terms of his balance on a steer that kind of tapers there in his lower quarter, but a very good grading kind of a calf. Let's give them both a nice round of applause on their projects.
And your winner in Class 25, our heavyweight Angus steer, Kinsey O'Keefe. And our second place finisher was Case Gates. At the gate and entering in, this should be our Angus steers in the middleweight division. We have three entries in the middleweight Angus steers. Amalea Gates with a calf weighing 1,075 pounds. Hayden Landvat with a calf weighing 1,200 even. And Rain Walker with her Angus steer weighing 1,280 pounds. Those are the three entries in our middleweight Angus steer class 26.
young lady, and her steer's name is Sirloin, and that's very fitting for the steer. She's done an awesome job on her project here. One that's not only shapely but super smooth, easy to put my hands on, and a steer that's just really easy to look at. Still, he has a lot of structural integrity. Really nice job there. Nice calf to lead off the class. Young man in his next steer. Another one that's just kind of super functional in his build, moves really well, just gets a little more bland in terms of his shape, especially down his top line there. He kind of wants to get a little more peaked right behind his shoulders. Just like to give that one a little bit more stoutness and feature up there, but again, a really nice kind of a calf. Got a good condition as well. Young lady in her steer Flash, probably a high cut ability steer of the class, but one that just obviously needs a few more days on feed and kind of gets outrun in terms of just pounds of performance. Let's give them all a really nice round of applause on their Angus steers.
And your winner in Class 26 middleweight Angus steers, Rain Walker. Our second place went to Hayden Ladfett, and our third place went to Emilia Gates. Now I'll ask Kinsey O'Keefe and Rain Walker will be choosing the champion Angus steer, Kinsey O'Keefe and Rain Walker. Kinsey's calf weighs 1,400 pounds and Rain's calf weighs 1,280 pounds. And attention in the barn, we need our Kiana steers, classes 27 and 28, to be making your way to the makeup arena. That's class 27 and class 28, our key steers.
As we get the pair of steers out here for our Angus drive, just going to kind of briefly go over again the first steer up front there. One, again, that's just pretty fault-free, not any big glaring holes in that one. I like how he combines his shape. He's easy to get my hands on. And again, he's just a good, functional, quality kind of a calf there from the side. Take nothing away, the young lady's calf behind. Again, another stout, rugged, featured kind of a steer. One, I guess I'd just like to shorten up a rib and then put a tick more finish on him for his weight, like we said there in class. But let's give them both a nice round of applause, and I'll go pick you a champion reserve Angus steer.
And your champion Angus steer is Rain Walker's 1,280-pound calf. And our reserve. Okay. Okay, we need Hayden Landfet back in to pick our reserve champion.
Bring the second place steer out here as to your champion. And again, another one that's good and functional, moderate. For me, I guess they both could use a little bit more days on feed, so we're going to go ahead and stick with the young lady up front. She'll be reserved. Let's give her a really nice round of applause. Congratulations on your Angus steers, guys.
Reserve champion is Kinsey O'Keefe. And attention in the barn, we're going to be looking for class 29, our lightweight crossbred steers in the makeup arena, class 29 in the makeup arena, lightweight crossbred steers. At the gate and entering the arena is class 27. This is our lightweight Kenya steers, our lightweight Kenya steers. We have 2 entries in this class, 27 lightweight keys. Our first entrant is Emma Latvet, and our second entrant is Mackenzie Spratley. Emma's calf weighs 1,130 pounds. And Mackenzie Spratley's calf weighs 1,180 pounds. There are lightweight class 27 Kenya steers.
our pair of lighter weight Kenyan steers. We're going to go ahead and use Butterscotch here to win. A steer, a big, a high-performing kind of a calf. Just when I get my hands on him, I like him. I think he's more genuine all the way back there from forward to flank in his center body. And that one, I guess, just combines still enough shape and just like the finish on this calf there. Take nothing away from young lady's black steer named Buddy here coming out in second. One that's super impressive when you get behind him and also really stout in his feature. One that just gets more cinched up there in his quarter, and you like to smooth him out there and also give him a few more days on feed. Let's give both these young ladies a big round of applause. Good job on your projects there.
And the winner in Class 27 Kenya Steers lightweight, Emma Landvat. And second place went to Mackenzie Spratley. And at the gate and entering the arena will be the Kenya Steers from our middleweight division. We're looking for Hayden Landfet with a calf of 1,260 pounds, and Coulter Hannon with a middleweight Kenya steer weighing in at 1,220 pounds. 2 entries in Class 28.
Here's another pair of steers. I think on a given day, you know, someone could switch around. For me, when I get my hands on him, I know he appears to be more rugged, but I like this steer up front. He's still super smooth, has a good cover there over his middle rib, and just like the added attractiveness and again feature of this steer, up-headed type of a calf, really impressive here from the 3/4 angle when you look at him out through his hip, and carries that very genuinely through the ground. Good feet and legs on this calf. So today I just go ahead and slide him up there in first. Take nothing away from the young man's calf in second. Done an awful nice job feeding this steer as well, but one that gets a little more bare actually over his middle rib as compared to the steer in first. But a calf I think that's, again, a moderate, easy feeding, functional type of a calf. Also just like to maybe stouten him in his feature is where I go ahead and use the young man's up front. Let's give those both a nice round of applause. Good pair of steers there.
And our winner in Class 28, the middleweight Keaney steers, Hayden Lenfit, and our runner-up was Coulter Hannon. We'll now be judging for our champion Keaney steer. We need Emma Lenfett and Hayden Lenfett to bring in your steers. Emma's calf weighs 1,130 pounds, and Hayden's calf weighs 1,260 pounds. This will be for your champion Keaney steer.
Two very quality key steers as we get them both out here. Again, I'll just kind of briefly go over them. Butterscotch calf up front there. One that's good to the touch, has some shape there in his quarter, and is really stout in his feature. Both actually very stout in their feature. If I were to change this calf, just a few more days on feed, maybe bold him up in his sitter body just a tick and level him out through his hip. But just a nice calf, and young lady's done a nice job with him. Black steer behind him, one again, just kind of fault free. Really like this one's feature too, and like him when I get my hands on him. Give them both a really big round of applause here, and I'll get you a grain and reserve key steer.
And your champion Keenan steer is Hayden Landfat, the calf, 1,260 pounds. And we need Coulter Hannon back in the show ring. Colton Hannon, this is for Porter County bred and reserve. Yeah, and that.
Young man brings out our second place of that class. And again, another steer that I talked, a person could switch them just depending on their opinion. But for me, I'm going to go ahead and leave the pair together. I think that one's just more ready today. Let's give the young man a nice round of applause and congratulations on your Keenan steers.
Your reserve grand champion key goes to Coulter Hannon. And Coulter is also the champion Porter County born in this class. Next up is our crossbred steers. We have five classes of crossbred steers. Our first class of crossbred steers will be our lightweight class. Class 29. 4 steers in this class. Nathan Stoner shows a calf of 910 pounds. Jonas Good will be showing a calf of 940 pounds. Carson Gates will be showing a calf of 1,020 pounds. And Rain Walker will be showing her calf of 1095 lightweight crossbred steers, class 29, 4 entrants. Once again, we have 5 classes in crossbred steers. 5 classes. This is our first class, the lightweights. We have 4 entries.
I guess more of a challenging class for me of steers here to start off our crossbreds. Wish this calf up front weighed a tick more, but just in terms of pattern and kind of cattle, really appreciate a lot of things about him. Really still fresh up front, but super impressive and square there out through his hip, and really love the rear leg too that thing sets down on. Young man does a really nice job, really high presented. Again, I wish just a few more days on feed because I think that steer has a nice future in him. Take nothing away from the young lady steer behind. Again, one that does combine muscle and finish very well. A steer that maybe gets a tick bare down in the bottom of his forerib as well, but a steer just structurally just like to loosen him up a little bit. But again, another really high quality calf in terms of just combining that muscle shape and finish. Young lady did a really nice job with that calf. Young man steer as he pulls out in third. A high cut ability kind of a steer. Again, just kind of gets out masked for me. He's really shapely in terms of his muscle, but just more bare when I get my hands on him. Like to give that calf some more days on feed, and I think he'd be a nice steer too as he gets up there in weight and more days. Young man's a sock steer here that comes out last. Again, another steer. I think he's doing a nice job of feeding him. Just kind of falls off in terms of balance, but a steer again that just needs a few more days on feed. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Good class to start out your crossbred steers.
And your winner in Class 29, lightweight crossbred steers, Jonas Good. Second place goes to Rain Walker. Third place, Nathan Stoner. And fourth place to Carson Gates. At the gate and entering the ring, we're in Class 30. This is light heavyweight crossbred steers. Light heavyweight crossbred steers. We have 4 entries in this class. Our first entry is Mairead Hannon Kennedy with a calf weighing 1,315 pounds. Our second entrant is Owen Ballenbacher with a calf weighing 1,350 pounds. Our third entry is Daniel Heinold with an entry weighing 1,360 pounds. And our fourth entry in Class 30, our crossbred light heavyweight, is Emma Johnson with her calf weighing 1,370 pounds. 4 entries in Class 30, light heavyweight crossbred steers.
Well, folks, so they're feeling a little frisky in here again with the breeze. Good job, everyone, hanging in there with me. Young man's blue roan steer here. Really a really nice quality top pair up here, but this steer just excels in terms of the added attractiveness, the added show steer look. Just a really nice steer when I get my hands on him. Good luck there, young man. I know he's giving you a rough time, but a nice steer there to start the class off with. Take nothing away from the young ladies. Bigger black steer here in second. One that's also super stout featured. I like him when I get my hands on him. He's super impressive there out from his hip and his stifle down. If I were to change him, I just like to tone him down up there in that front shoulder. He really gets opened up there and a little more coarse in his joints, but again, another just good steer in terms of all that muscle dimension. Bottom pair of calves here, went ahead and used the young man's. Just like this one more in terms of his finish. He's more appropriate. Maybe gets plainer there down in his quarter, but a nice job done there to the young man of feeding this calf. Really nice and smooth when I get my hands on him there. And also a calf we just like to stouten up in his feature. Young lady's calf has an advantage there in terms of foot and bone. Also a cutability kind of a calf, but a calf that just gets more bare over his ribs. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. Good class of crossbred steers there.
And your winner in Class 30, light heavyweight crossbred steers, was Owen Bollenbacher. Second place was Emma Johnson. Third place, Daniel Einold. And fourth place, Mairead Hannon Kennedy. Our next class has 3 steers in it. Class 31. This is the medium lightweight class. Jacob Krieger showing a calf of 1,185 pounds. Tig Hannon Kennedy is showing a calf of 1,190 pounds. And Seth Einold is showing a calf that's 1,220 pounds. This is Class 31, your medium lightweight crossbred steers. Once again, this is the third class of a total of 5 divisions of crossbred steers. This is Class 31, our medium lightweights. And once again, we'd like to acknowledge our ringmen today who've done a fabulous job helping out our 4-Hers to stay safe out there. Richard Hardesty, Dan Johnson, and Justin Lampert. Those guys have done a great job for us today. Thank you. That's right. Give them a round of applause.
a nice pair of steers here, type in of our class here. Going to go ahead and use the young man's baldy calf. To me, again, I guess this one just combines all those things the nicest, and I like this one when I get my hands on him. He's super smooth. Young man's done a nice job feeding this one. Definitely market ready today, and can appreciate this one's shape from a 3/4 angle. Nice calf there to lead off the class. Take nothing away from Socks here, the steer in second. Young man, again, doing a good job holding on here. I know those last two are feeling a little frisky out here. But again, another calf that is shapely. I guess I just like to fill him in his forerib there, Nickel, right in the middle of his back. But again, another kind of a calf I think will be a good grading steer when you take him to the rail. Young man's last brockle calf here to round up the class. Heifer forming, long-bodied type of a calf. Just like to tone him down there in his frame score and give him a little more depth body there. But again, a nice trio of crossbred steers. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause for hanging in there on those steers.
And the winner in Class 31, our medium lightweight crossbred steers. Tig Hannon Kennedy was our first place finisher. Jacob Krieger came in second, and Seth Heinhold got third place in that class. At the gate, entering the arena, this is Class 32. This is our medium weight crossbred steers. Medium weight crossbred steers. We have 4 entries in this class. Our first entrant is Emma Lanfett with a calf weighing 1,240 pounds, followed by Geneva Maxwell with a calf weighing 1,245, David King with a calf weighing 1,260, and Kennedy Dusick with a calf weighing 1,275 pounds. 4 entries in the medium weight Class 32 crossbred steers.
a very exciting class, maybe most exciting so far here in the steer show. I think the cherry steer just really caught my eye. Really exciting when you get your hands on this one, and this one just combines a lot of good, like his shape, like his pattern, like his skeleton, a super square built calf that still has that really nice appeal from the profile. Take nothing away from the other steers. Again, there's a lot to talk about in this class. A young lady's black steer here, why I throw him into second. I get my hands on him. He's got more finish there over center rib. Feels a little fuller and stouter there through his forerib. And a calf that just to me has more condition and is more 12 o'clock. I'd like to change this one a bit in terms of balance. I like to square him up there out of his pins. But again, he's a super bold, super good, that fat steer look to him. We'll go ahead and slide him into second. Take nothing away from the young man's red steer here. Here's one that's super, super shapely, especially there in his lower quarter and out through his hip. To me, he just gets flatter there in his forerib. And when I put my hands on him, I just like to have him a little more cover there over that center rib. But again, another nice steer that's super stout in his feature, really square in his build, really attractive to look at from the profile. Again, the young ladies class here running out another good cutability, high yielding type of a calf. It's also stout in his feature. To me, just needs a few more days on feed. Let's give those kids a nice round of applause. A really high quality class of steers there.
In class 32, medium weight crossbred steers, your winner was Kennedy Dusick. Geneva Maxwell was your second place finisher, and David King in third, and our fourth place finisher was Emma Lanfett. At the gate and entering our last class of crossbred steers, here's your heavyweights. Class 33, 3 entries. Morgan O'Keefe with a calf weighing 1,430 pounds. David Einold with a calf weighing 1,440. And our final entry in this class is Anissa Heinold with a calf weighing 1,445. Those are your heavyweight crossbred steers, class 33.
really like to commend all three of these exhibitors on finishing these calves out. They're all in good condition for the weight they're at. So first off, congrats and good job to that. Young lady's Baldy steer here we're going to use to round out. He's just the most rugged and stout in his feature. With that, I like his added moderation, his added boldness, his center body, but the one I think just has the most feature and stoutness, so he kind of goes up to the front there for me. Take nothing away from the next two. Again, really nice when you get your hands on them. For me, the young lady's calf just has a little bit more substance and feature from the profile. Sets down on a bigger foot and bone. Like his added extension up front. Just a nice kind of a calf there. The young man also did a nice job there. That one is 12 o'clock and ready to go. For me, he just gets more nondescript in terms of his shape. Kind of wants to taper out there through his pins. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause on their heavyweight steers. Congratulations.
And your winner in Class 33, heavyweight crossbred steers, Morgan O'Keefe. Our second place winner was Anisha Heinold. And our third place went to David Einhold. That's Class 33, your heavyweight crossbred steers. And now we're going to move to select your champion crossbred steer from our 5 classes. We need Jonas Good with your calf of 940 pounds in the show arena. Owen Ballenbacher with your calf of 1350. Tig Hennon Kennedy with your 1,190-pound steer. Kennedy Dusick with your steer weighing 1,275 pounds. And Morgan O'Keefe at 1,430 pounds, her steer. This would be your drive for your champion crossbred steer. Once again, our order for the champion crossbred steer, Jonas Good, Owen Ballenbacher, Tig Hannon Kennedy, Kennedy Dusick, and Morgan O'Keefe. Once again, we want to recognize the great work of our judge today, Bailey Wessner. She's joining us from Chalmers, Indiana.
Really deep division here in our crossbreds. Obviously, always usually is in the steer division. I wish we could pick a few more out, but just want to go through and kind of highlight the ones that are in contention for me. And again, I think they're all good in terms of finish and muscle and all those things. I hope you all have followed me with that all day on picking my kind. Young man's calf up front, you know, again, I know he's super lightweight, but just in terms of kind, feature, stoutness, just a good kind of a calf, he really is. I think that one could have a future. The red steer is another contender for me. Obviously super attractive there from the profile. A super long-bodied calf that's really stout in his foot and bone too, and really elegant there up through his front 1/3. And then obviously the young man's roan steer here, another one that I know he's really acting up out here, but just a really nice calf in terms of just his muscle shape, his finish when you get your hands on him, and gets out and goes really well. For me, again, just a really deep division. I'm going to go ahead and take another look. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause on holding in there on these crossbred steers.
And your champion crossbred steer is shown by Owen Bauenbacher.
We need Emma Johnson.
Emma Johnson, we need you in the show arena now as we pick our reserve.
Bring the second place steer of that class, and again, I think he's another one that deserves a conversation in terms of muscle shape and finish. He was a steer that hung in there. Give him again another good round of applause. Again, a really deep division, and I'll go pick your reserve. Congratulations on your crossbred steers.
So hold on, wait. Nobody leave.
And your reserve champion crossbred steer is Kennedy Dusick's animal at 12.75. And now we're going to work on Porter County born.
Jonas Good to stay.
We need Jonas Good to remain in line.
Tag Kennedy.
Tag and Kennedy remain in line, and Morgan O'Keefe.
And Emma Johnson.
And Emma Johnson, we need you to stick around as well. This will be for Porter County born.
Again, I hate to sound like a broken record, but again, let's give these kids a nice round of applause. It's something to take a lot of pride in. I know cattle is just a prideful project anyways, but to actually raise them, breed on them, and get them to this point, that's something to definitely be proud of. So let's give them one more big round of applause, and I'll pick you a champion reserve and your bred and owned.
And your Porter County born crossbred steer, our champ is Emma Johnson. And our reserve Porter County born goes to Jonas Good. That is your crossbred steers. And at the gate, entering our class 34, we have one single entry for limousine steers. Rain Walker with her calf of 1,325 pounds. Once again, we're in class 34. Limousine steers, one entry. Rain Walker with her calf of 1,325 pounds.
Young lady in her single entry steer told me his name's Big Al. Big Al, just a really good overall quality kind of a steer. Not only is he stout in his feature, but for his weight, he's got a lot of shape to him, especially down his top, out through his forerib and stifle there, and has a good amount of cover on him. She's done a really nice job of pouring the feed to this one. Let's give her a nice round of applause. A single entry, but could stand a lot more quality. Nice job, young lady, on your project.
And your champ in class 34, limousine steers, Rain Walker. And at the gate and re-entering the show arena, our single entry in class 35, our Charlet class, Rain Walker with the calf weighing 1,380 pounds. Once again, our single entry in class 35 Charlet steers, Rain Walker with a calf weighing 1,380 pounds.
young lady brings out another single entry that again could stand a lot more competition out here. Love this one. Is color, he's super attractive, eye appealing. This one's just chocked full of muscle and is super easy when you get your hands on him. Handles very, very high quality. To get nitpicky, maybe close him just a nickel at the point of his shoulders, but for his weight, I think he's held together really well and still has a really attractive look. Give her a really nice round of applause. Again, another high quality project the young lady leads out here. Good job on your steer.
And your winner in class 35 or single entry, our champion Charlet steer is shown by Rain Walker.
Justin, it's 5 till 4. You've got 2 classes.
All right, we have 2 classes of Hereford steers, 2 classes. We're going to start with class 36. This is our medium weight Hereford steers. There's 4 entries in this division. Brianna Wilson with a calf weighing 1,220 pounds. Jimmy Polaric with a calf weighing 1,280 pounds. Jimmy Polaric with the second entry with a calf weighing 1,285 pounds. And Sam Thorngren with a calf weighing 1,315. Once again, 4 entries. Brianna Wilson, Jimmy Polaric, and Sam Thorngren.
A nice class of Hereford steers here, and again, a lot to talk about. For me, just combining the appropriate weight, and in terms of when I get my hands on him, this steer is super shapely, super stout and rugged in his feature, and for being that big, he still has a really good finish on him and handles very nicely and has an attractive view from the profile. So we'll go ahead and slide him up there for kind of just combining all those things that we've been talking about. Young man steer, he's done an awesome job feeding this calf. He's really 12 o'clock. Will be a really good grading kind of a calf that just kind of tapers there though in his lower quarter, and like to clean him up through the floor of his chest. But again, another one that handles very nicely and is very correct in terms of his condition. Young lady steer here that rolls out in third, one that I appreciate in terms of his skeleton and pattern, but one that obviously just needs some more days on feed, kind of more of a cutability steer, just handles more bare there over his middle rib. And then young lady steer that rounds out the class, one that has a decent amount of condition, just gets more nondescript and narrows up there from his pins, a frailer featured calf. But again, a nice quality class of Hereford steers there to start. Let's give those exhibitors a good round of applause on their Hereford steers.
And that's class 36, your medium weight Hereford steers. Our winner in that class was Jimmy Polaric. Second went to Sam Thorngren. Third went to another one of Jimmy's calves. And fourth went to Rihanna Wilson. That's class 36. We're going to follow that with class 37, our second division of Hereford steers. These are our heavyweights. We've got 2 entries in the heavyweight division. McKinley Dusick is showing her calf of 1,430 pounds. And Coulter Hannon is showing his calf of 1,495 pounds. 1,495. It's 2 entries in the heavyweight division of the Hereford steers. And while Bailey's judging the heavyweight class, Hannah Pressel's going to wander around with the bucket. She's going to pass the bucket, collecting money for scholarships for our 4-H'ers. It's part of the Master Showmanship project that will be on Friday evening. Once again, Hannah, it's all yours. You're going to walk around with the bucket. Please be generous.
A nice pair of Hereford steers, but I feel like this one kind of easily works his way up there to the top. Again, just in terms of all that shape, really great when you get your hands on this one. Young lady has done a really nice job here finishing this one out, especially for being that heavyweight and a steer that just in its pattern and squareness and feature, just a really, really nice kind of a calf. Nice job there, young lady. Take nothing away from the young man steer. You know, here's one who's square and bold out through his from hooks to pins there, and stout in his feature in terms of foot and bone. One, though, that just gets a little more bare over that center rib and just like to make him fuller and truer there, forerib to flank. But let's give those exhibitors a really nice round of applause. A good pair of Hereford steers there.
And your winner in Class 37, our heavyweight Hereford steers, McKinley Dusick was our first place finisher, and Coulter Hannon was our second place finisher. Now we're going to be choosing our champion Hereford steer. We need Jimmy Polaric with his 1,285-pound calf and McKinley Dusick with her 1,430-pound calf. This is for our champion Hereford steer.
As we get both of our class winners out here, I'd like to commend them both on being very exceptional for the Hereford breed in terms of their shapeliness and getting them fed and to the point. Again, it's market today, ready to go, and I think both of them have done a nice job of that. Young man steer out of the first class, extended, kind of an up-headed calf that's stout in his feature. To me, I guess maybe just bulk him up a little bit more in that forerib, but again, just a good functional everyday type of a calf. Young ladies, big steer here out of the second class. Again, just reiterate in class, in terms of muscle and finish and get your hands on him. He's very impressive, especially for being that weight, and then holds it all together in a nice appearance. Let's give both of these exhibitors a good round of applause here, and I'll pick you a champion reserve in your Hereford division.
And your champion Hereford steer, a McKinley Deuce calf, 1,430 pounds. We're going to need Coulter Hannon. Coulter Hannon, if you'd like to come into the show ring so we can pick a reserve.
Bring our second place steer there out of that class in the heavyweight division. And again, he still carries up into this lineup just as well and just as competitively. For me today, I guess I'm just going to keep the heavyweight steers together. Young man, you'll be our reserve. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
And your reserve champion is Coulter Hannon. Now, before we move in with instructions for the championship drive, Denny Steinhuber's joined us today. If you can pay your attention up here to the announcing booth, Denny has a word he'd like to share with you.
Yeah, the Indiana State Fair is coming up August 2nd to the 18th. If any of you are going, I have tickets here, admittance, for a $5 donation. So you can save quite a bit of money if you are going and need a ticket. And the donation proceeds goes to the Northwest Indiana Food Bank. Thank you.
Okay, heads up, listen up. Here's where we're at. We're going to start the final drive at 4:30. That's a little less than 15 minutes from now. At 4:30, we'll be calling for the drive. Once again, you're welcome to take a quick break here. We'll be starting back up at 4:30.
And please don't forget, we will be doing declarations up at the table next to the podium right after the conclusion of the steer show. You have 1 hour to declare your animals. Thank you.
It is 4:30, and we're going to be beginning our Parade of Champions. Okay, it's going to get a little crowded here, but we're going to need our 4-H'ers to bring out through the Parade of Champions, the Supreme Heifer, Reserve, Cow Calf, and the Champion. And then we're going to need to bring in the Supreme Steers as well and the Reserves. So if you were the winner in your class with a steer, we'll need that, and the Reserve will need that. And then from our Heifer class, Supreme Heifer, Reserve Supreme, Cow Calf, and our Champion. So if you guys want to get to the would be the south end of the arena, and once everyone's set and Jerry says it's time to go, we'll start the parade going. And so we'll begin with our Supreme Heifer from this morning, Caden Maxwell. Let's show everybody your Angus. And our Reserve Supreme Heifer, Cody Maxwell, is going to be showing his Junior Heifer. This is also our champion, Porter County born, Cody Maxwell. And then Owen's going to be showing his cow calf, Owen Bowenbacher. And our champion Simmental from our Hereford show, Sophia Tukowski. And our champion Hereford, Casey Davison. These are our heifers from this morning. Next, we're going to bring our reserves. Our reserves are going to come in. We're going to parade them through. Then we're going to ask everybody of the reserves to hold your animals to the back of the barn, the south end of the barn, while we do our drive for all of our champions. So we need the reserves. First, the Menajou, Cody Johnson. Once again, we're going to need the reserves now for our drive of the reserve grand champions in each one of the classes. Maine and Jew is Cody Johnson. Come on, take a lap for us. Our Shorthorn shown by Hannah LeFou. Once again, our Shorthorn was Hannah LaFou, showing our Simmental, Isabella Tokowski. These are our reserve champions from this afternoon's classes. There's Hannah with her Shorthorn. Kinsey O'Keefe has her Angus out there for us. Once again, these are your reserve grand champions in each of the classes. Jimmy Polaric's helping out Coulter. This is Coulter Hannon's Hereford. And then Kennedy had her crossbred. That's Kenny Dusick. We're rounding up the champs and getting ready to show them in just a second. Let's hold tight. And this is the lineup to choose our Supreme Steer of the 2019 Porter County Fair. These are our class champions. Our menage, Lauren Maxwell, with her calf weighing 13.15. Here comes Lauren. Lauren will be followed by Caden Maxwell, a Shorthorn, 10.85. Our champion Simmental, Shiloh DeBoard, 1,335 Simmental. Following Shiloh is our Angus Rain Walker with a calf of 1,280 pounds. And that's followed by our key, Hayden Landvat. Our key is 1,260 pounds. Our crossbred steer, Owen Ballenbacher's 1,350-pound calf. Followed by Rain Walker with her limousine. And Rain Walker's Charlet. Obviously, Rain has some people helping her out today. And we thank them for doing that. Fellow 4-H'ers helping out a 4-H'er. And our Hereford showed by McKinley Dusick. And ladies and gentlemen, those are your champion steers from each of our classes. Once again, we want to thank our judge, Bailey Wessner from Chalmers, Indiana.
First off, again, thank you, Porter County, for having me out here. And let's give these kids a big round of applause. This is, again, the reason why we're out here. Stellar steer show for sure for a county, and this is very impressive, especially to have this many breeds out here at this caliber. Really awesome, awesome job. And again, we're out here for the kids, and believe it or not, about 10 years ago, I was in all your guys' shoes. And I'm sure as many of you do too. I showed other species, hogs and sheep, and did other projects. But cattle always was a little bit different. I know I've said it a few times today, but it's something to be more prideful about, just because it really takes a village. It's a lot more work. It's a lot more heavy equipment. You have to haul on your trailer and off your trailer after a long day. And it is more expensive. You know, it's a bigger animal, it's a bigger project, just all those things. So again, just be very proud to show cattle, because I think it's a very challenging thing. And obviously, we have enough families and kids and all of you out here that have mastered that, and you all should be very proud of yourselves. Again, kids, go back and thank everyone that's helped you get to this point. Because again, I know it takes a village, like I said, but again, you kids have done an awesome job. That's why we're out here. And along with that, you know, 4-H is about working hard, taking pride, having a responsibility with your animal. With that, as you kids go on with life, that should stick with you. Those are qualities. It doesn't matter if you end up in my shoes or you end up doing something completely different, because I have, you know, a different kind of a career as well of just not cattle. I have a couple different passions with cattle and cosmetology as well. But I think these traits that I grew up with, that you kids are doing and showing out here, will make you successful in any environment you put them in. So again, give these kids a great round of applause. A really awesome job. It's been a pleasure working with you and a great lineup. I'll pick you a top 6.
Your grand champion steer, Rain Walker's Limousine. Okay, they pointed to the wrong one on my sheet. Rain's got a few animals out here today. This is Rain's Charlet that she won Grand Champ with. Sorry about that, Rain. And our reserve Grand Champion went to Owen Bauenbacher with his crossbred steer. And third place, that's Rain Walker's Limousine. Rain, that's your third. You got third place.
That's not Rain.
That's not Rain's. Whose animal is that?
That's not the Hereford. Who's she got? Deuce.
Kennedy. Okay, we got it right now. That's McKinley Dusick. Sorry, McKinley. Hey, Bailey. Miranda needs to talk to you, Bailey, and Don, they need you in on that conversation. Don? Miranda needs to talk to you, and Bailey. Bear with us. Okay, we believe we have this correct now. The confusion was Rain had 3 animals in the final drive, and we had to put the 4-H'er, correct 4-H'er with the correct animal. We apologize for that, and here is the final list. The grand champion steer is Rain Walker. Hang on. And she has a Charlet. Our reserve grand champions of crossbred steers shown by Owen Ballenbacher. That's your reserve. Your third place animal is a Hereford shown by McKinley Dusick. Our fourth place went to the Maine Anjou shown by Lauren Maxwell. Our fifth place steer was a Simmental shown by Shiloh DeBoard.
Grand champion Porter County born steer.
She's also the grand champion Porter County born steer.
Sixth place.
And sixth place went to Rain Walker's Limousine.
And our reserve Grand Porter County is going to be Caden.
And a reserve Porter County born Shorthorn, Caden Maxwell. That's your official. For eachers, you have 1 hour from now. 1 hour from now to declare whether you're selling tomorrow evening. For eachers, you have 1 hour to elect. And you need to show up and talk to Ashley. She's up here right in the wing of the announcing stand.
Well, that's why I couldn't figure out whose steer it was. I'm looking.
Okay, we are reconstructing the show arena, and we'll be shortly beginning the showmanship competition. There's 4 classes. The beginning showman is grades 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The intermediate showman is grades 6th, 7th, and 8th. Advanced showman are 9th grade and above. And then if you've won the advanced, anyone who's won in the advanced will proceed to the supreme showmanship, and that's our 4th class. So once again, beginners 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, intermediate 6, 7, 8, advanced 9 and above, and supreme showman is anyone who's won the advanced, either this year or prior year. Okay, this is our call for our beginners showman. Our beginners showman, we need you to the makeup area. Okay, beginners showman, if you'll make your way into the show arena at this time, you need to be in grades 3, 4, or 5. This is the beginners showman class for grades 3, 4, and 5.
Bailey, I need two.
And beginners, you can take the show arena at this time. Beginners, you can enter through the gate and into the show arena at this time. So we have 4 entries in this class, beginner showman: Bryce Metzger, Shiloh DeBoard, Coulter Hannon, and Wyatt Krieger. This is our beginner showman class. And we had a 5th entry, Dane Saibo joined the class.
Let's give all the beginners a really big round of applause. This is always my favorite age group to work with, and I know I've told all of them to come back and watch the older kids, but I highly recommend older kids coming and watching younger kids as well, because they're still molding, they're still learning, you're still kind of shaping them into what kind of a showman they are, and getting comfortable with themselves and with their animal, and obviously kind of the older we get, the more stuck in our ways and bad habits we get, and that's what's so exciting about working with this young group. Most of them their first year out here showing, which is super impressive, especially for holding on. You know, these are some decent sized cattle, and I know they've all acted kind of frisky today, so a top-notch job holding on, hanging in there. I kind of went through and individually told them little things to change or to work on, but just starting out with all groups. Showmanship to me, I guess, is learning the basics, mastering those, and then kind of breaking them with your own little unique things and being a showman, you know, what kind of sets you apart. Obviously, just being smooth with your animal, giving yourself enough space about the ring. That way you don't run into any problems setting them up. I like someone that can walk them into it. For me, the less you use your stick on the feet, the better, because your animal is going to react about 10 times of how you're reacting yourself. So to stay calm is very important. Along with that, I guess, just again, mastering those basics, how you do that, I guess I told all them to, you know, come watch people that have been doing this for a while and get out there, and the more you do it, the better you're going to get at it. So just keep practicing is what I recommend. Let's give them a big hand again, and I'm going to pick you two. But again, a really good group of beginners here to work with today.
Let me make sure I'm right about this.
So your winner and beginning showman was Bryce Metzger, and the reserve champion is Shiloh DeBoard. You can take your calves out now. And once our beginners have exited the show arena, we're going to be asking the intermediate showman candidates to enter into the show arena, and that's grades 6th, 7th, and 8th, intermediate showman. Okay, the gate is clear. We invite the intermediate showman to enter the arena. We're looking for intermediate showman, class 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, intermediate showman. Intermediate showman, you can enter the ring now. Anybody? Ah, there's one entry. And we got a second entry. And a third entry. We've got a whole lot of intermediate showmen. These are your intermediate showmen. There's 7 of them out there, showing from grades 6th, 7th, and 8th. David Einold, Cody Johnson, Bryce Metzger, Sophia Tukalski, Devin Seibo, Anissa Einold, and McKinley Tuchik.
Well done, sir.
And we want to remind our 4-Hers you got about 45 minutes left to declare that you're going to auction your animal tomorrow evening. You have 40 minutes to declare. You just come up here to the announcing booth. We'll take care of you. And we want to also acknowledge the folks that sponsored the champion beginner and the reserve champion beginner, the Clayton Hannon family, and Ron and Sherry Berkey. Thanks a bunch for supporting the beginner champion and reserve champion showman. And while we have a moment, we'll acknowledge the sponsors for the Reserve Champion and the Champion Intermediate Division. The Mark Baird family sponsors our Champion, and the Tom Hannon family sponsors our Reserve.
Again, let's give this group of kids a nice round of applause. I know we take a little more time with showmanship, but for me, this was kind of always my favorite thing. It still is. Because, I mean, you can change one a lot by, you know, not only just pulling them together, but how, again, your animal is going to react to you. So you have to be on point for your animal to be on point. And again, in this division, I guess just mastering those basics more of feet. I told all of them kind of just beware of when you're walking them around, you know, get their back feet profiled first and then kind of set up their front feet from there. But that's going to make, you know, your life a lot easier. Showing them is just kind of practice that. And then little detail stuff, which if you were doing it once we set them up, but walking, they're holding their hands like this is a little less stress on your wrist than when you walk. Some of you guys show like that. And again, that's just something kind of detailed, whatever is more comfortable for you. But just try those kind of different things and see what works. And again, master those basics before you kind of start breaking that with your own unique way of showing. But again, let's give them a nice round of applause. I know we took a little more time, did an extra lap, but they really held together really great. I'll go pick you 1 and 2 out of this intermediate division.
And your champion intermediate showman is Sophie Tukalski. And Cody Johnson's your reserve. That's your intermediate champion and reserve champion in showmanship. Intermediates, you may exit the arena at this time. And we're ready for our advanced showman. The class is for grades 9 and above. Grades 9 and above, and you may enter at the gate at will. We're looking for our advanced showman class. Grades 9 and above, you may enter the show arena. Once again, we've got about 15 minutes left for you 4-Hers to declare whether you're selling your animal tomorrow night. You got about 15 minutes left. Once again, we need the advanced showmanship contestants, grades 9 and above, to begin entering the ring. This is your advanced showman class. Don Bloom wanted me to share with the entire audience that Mark Maxwell was wrong and Kim Maxwell was right. This is our advanced showman class: Caden Maxwell, David King, Carter Stoner, Nathan Stoner, Daniel Einold, Sophia Tukalski, Lauren Maxwell, Hayden Lanfett, and Reese Gates. This is your advanced showman class. We want to take an opportunity here to thank our folks at Bellstrom Milling and Heinold Feeds. They were generous enough in supporting and sponsoring the advanced and the reserve advanced champion. Also, while we have a second, we'd like to thank the Director's Chair sponsors. The champion beginner was Dustin Caitlin Faro. Our champion intermediate showman, the Director's Chair, was Chris Herzog. And our advanced showman champion Director's Chair was sponsored by Pam DeVos. I want to thank them for their generosity.
Again, I know I took a little bit longer, but let's give this advanced group a nice round of applause. Glad to see more and more kids out here. Again, I encourage you to keep coming back and watching every division. I feel like you can always get something out of it. And again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but the more you practice, the better you're going to be. And always practice how you're going to play, because, you know, starting any kind of bad habits at home can happen out here. So make sure you, again, master those little details, the basics, the feet. For me, that's a big thing. At this point, most of you should be able to get those back feet set without barely touching them, and then just kind of worrying about the front feet. But again, a really good group. All of you did a phenomenal job. Let's give them one more big round of applause, and I'm going to pick you a grain in reserve in this division.
And Caden Maxwell is your champion advanced showman. And David King is going to be your reserve champ and advanced showman.
Well, okay, next year.
Okay, you can exit the arena. All the folks in advance can exit the arena. Okay, we're looking for the entrance in our Supreme Showmanship. Supreme Showmanship. And the only condition is that you've won the Advanced Showmanship in the past or at this year's show. Supreme Showmanship. You can now enter the arena. The arena is all yours. And there you have our two entrants in the Supreme Showman class, Caden Maxwell and Emma Johnson. And we want to thank our friends at Hot Wisconsin Cheese. They are the sponsor of our Supreme Showmanship. This is our last class of the day, so once again we want to thank our judge, Bailey Wessner, and to tell you it's last call. If you wish to sell your animal tomorrow, it's last call. And we remind you that the supreme showman chosen in this class will represent the beef barn, the beef project, in the Masters Showmanship competition on Friday evening. Coulter Hannon, Mairead Hannon Kennedy, and Tig Hannon Kennedy. Would you like to stop up here to the announcing booth and declare whether you're going to sell your animals tomorrow night at the auction or not? You're the last three people we need to talk to. Coulter Hannon, Mairead Hannon Kennedy, and Tig Hannon Kennedy.
Let's give both of these exhibitors a really big round of applause. I know this gets a little more challenging because there's just two out here, and it's been kind of fast, so I'll probably even let them chill out here before I pick one or the other. But again, kind of at this point, they're both really good. It was really just little nitpicky stuff kind of that I told them to work on. Always say a thing I've told a lot of kids today is stay at like your 45-degree angles with cattle, especially leading them. That way they'll go enough but not too fast. So just kind of keep that good angle and distance there with your arm and make that comfortable. And then I guess, just remaining calm. I had them switch their animals just because I'm sure you guys have them do that when they do the overall here. And it's not easy to always show ones that you're not used to. But it's kind of, who can remain calm and still get the job done. And that's why I wanted to switch them there. Again, let's give them both a good round of applause. I mean, they're both really good. I'm not sure I've completely made my mind up. I know I've kind of watched them all day, and they're both really, really phenomenal. So any younger kids or anyone wanting to get better, I would say these two are both a really good example. Let's give them one more big round of applause. I'll let them hang out here for a minute and pick you a champion.
Bailey, before you pick the champion, I got a few words I'd like to say. We hired this young lady to come up and do our show, and I am just totally pleased with the job she's done today. I don't think we've ever had anybody spend more time and work with our kids the way this young lady has. And I think she really needs to be recognized for it. I've never done this before in my life about a judge, but I really appreciate the job she's done today, and I'd sure like to see you give her a super big round of applause. So, thank you, young.
And your Supreme Showman is Caden Maxwell. And with that, we thank you one and all. That's the conclusion of our 2019 4-H Beef Show.